suspended South Gauteng Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Andrew Chauke's fitness to hold office. Yesterday, Noko said she was accused of being captured for pursuing racketeering charges against members of the Katamana police unit that allegedly killed 28 suspects.
Ballistic experts in most of these murder cases indicated, for instance, where the accused persons created an impression that the deceased shot at them from inside the car, that the car's windows were closed and no indication that shots were fired through the closed windows from the inside. In other cases, some deceased were shot from the back whilst lying down or in a sleeping position. Some were shot at while in a sitting position and the shooter in a standing position. All this is established by ballistic analysis.
Former farm worker Bangile Dal has started to serve a 22-year prison term after the High Court in Bloemfontein sentenced him yesterday. He pleaded guilty to the murder of retired magistrate Pieter Bester. The murder happened at a small holding in Glen in Bloemfontein. Free State National Prosecuting Authority spokesperson Mojalifa Sinokwatsane.
Bangile Dal has been sentenced to 22 years of direct imprisonment by the High Court of South Africa Free State Division that was sitting in Bloemfontein after he pleaded guilty to the charge of murder. He is accused of having killed retired magistrate Piet Christian Bester, who was his employer of 17 years.
And finally, the Washington Post has announced sweeping layoffs. Its international reporting and sports departments have been hit particularly hard. Management says the aim of the cuts is to bring stability to the newspaper. But members of staff have condemned the announcement, with some calling it an absolute bloodbath. The newspaper's former executive editor, Martin Barron, has also described the changes as devastating.
This was a newspaper of high ambitions. It covered the country, it covered the capital, it covered the world, it covered its own community. And now that will no longer be the case. They are eviscerating the foreign staff. They've eliminated the entire sports department. The local coverage will be a shell of its former self. No books coverage. Fewer points of contact for readers. Fewer reasons for readers to subscribe to the Washington Post.
Recapping the top story, the National Union of Mine Workers has urged the Trade, Industry and Competition Department to urgently intervene in preventing job losses at Cast Products South Africa. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Sanibonani dumelang absheni lochani Mzansi igama lami nguZanele untomdodwa izinhluzaza, but you can simply call me uZanele Mthombeni. I am your new host khona yi Ekaslami, the TV show that profiles some of your absolute faves celebrities. I'm talking wena actor, musician, bona politician, benekanti zonke bonke zikhona, and we take them to Ekasi and find out who exactly they were before all the glitz, glam, lights, cameras and action.
Ekaslami, Tuesday at 6 on SABC 1. Mzansi for sure.
For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAFM, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAFM in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAFM continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Welcome to it. This is season 1 of Playlist happening right here at Maloka, and believe me, it's a party.
Set your reminder every Friday, 9 p.m. Playlist at Maloka is in the building. Abafana besithende
want this to be a happy weekend for their fans. But Nswenko boys want to brag with a win on their way back to Northwest Province. This is the Nedbank Cup Last 32. More than catch Golden Arrows versus Orbit College this Saturday, 7 February at 5:30 p.m. live on SABC Plus and SABC One. Then on SABC radio stations at 6 p.m. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
The Talking Point with Kathy Matlala. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
If we think about a child missing a skill, they don't have the ability to do what we're asking, no reward is going to teach them to do that. And they have the same effect when you're working with your own children. If you promise your child a reward for good behavior or acceptable behavior and he's missing a skill, no matter what the reward is, he's not going to be able to reach that goal. And so it sets him up for frustration and it sets you up for frustration too. When I was a young teacher, I was drilled with behavior modification. We were taught if we could control the environment, we could control behavior, and rewards and punishments were a big part of that. And the first week of school was horrible. I had no idea how to manage this classroom. There were big behaviors that I had never experienced before, and I didn't know what to do. I knew I didn't want to be harsh, and I knew I didn't want to punish, so I went to rewards. What I did was I filled my pockets with goldfish crackers, and anytime a child wasn't hitting or kicking or throwing something, I threw a cracker at them. And I look back at that time with embarrassment because I realized not only did I treat those children like trained seals, I failed to teach them any usable skills. I taught them when the teacher's looking, do what you're supposed to be doing. And when the teacher's not looking, go back to doing whatever you want. What I wish I had known is that I could have taught those children to regulate their own thoughts, feelings, and actions if I would have had better skills. If I would have learned to see that rewards were not going to teach them skills they didn't have. In fact, they were going to only teach them to do what they thought I wanted them to do when I was looking. So instead of looking at that child and thinking he should not be doing that, or I'm not going to allow him to do that, or that behavior needs to be squashed like a bug, look at that child and ask yourself, what skill is he missing? What is this behavior communicating? And how can I teach him what I want him to do instead?
Absolutely profound. What a great way to start off the show this morning. Abby Cruz is founder and executive director of The Playing Field. It's 11 after 9 o'clock. A very warm welcome to all of you that have tuned into the show. My name is Kathy Matlala, and I'll be with you until midday as we lead conversations that move us. Great to have you with us on the platform. And in a moment, we'll be opening the lines, giving you an opportunity to have your say. The number to dial for that, to reach our studio line, is 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. And on the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. And on X, it's at SFM Radio. The hashtag there, SAFM Talking Point. So coming up on the show today, of course, you're more than welcome to raise any matters of national interest for the National Roundtable. It is your roundtable, and as always, we look forward to hearing from you. And then at 9:30, we will continue with our coverage of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, where we will be returning where a new witness is going to be called to the witness stand this morning. We understand that new witness will be giving testimony related to Vusimusi Cat Matlala's Medicare 24 contract. In as far as who this witness is and what it is that this witness will be dealing, specific matters that the witness will be dealing with. All of that, I guess, will be unveiled when we get to 9:30. Yesterday, of course, Witness F concluded his evidence and dealt with matters of political interference, in particular where it concerned the arrest of blogger Musa Kaula. And the commission there probing evidence suggesting that the Deputy Minister, Castle Matlala, is the one that allegedly exerted pressure on the Deputy National Commissioner, Shadrack Sibia, which led to the arrest of Musa Kaula. Witness F admitted to having illegally shared his arrest warrant via WhatsApp with Kat Matlala. And this was so that a private security company could assist in that arrest. And the commission also heard testimony from a ballistics expert as part of its broader investigation into criminality and corruption within the criminal justice system. So witness F is going to be back in the witness box on Friday at 9:30 because there is so much more that he still needs to come back to explain. But that's where his evidence paused yesterday. So next week, I guess it's been such a busy January that as we come into the first week of Feb, I almost forgot. Next week is a big week. We're going to have the State of the Nation address next week. And then, of course, 1 or 2 weeks later, it will be followed by the budget. So February is always a very, very busy month in as far as setting the agenda for the year and expectations, at least being set by the head of state in terms of what it is that the year will look like, the projects that they want to profile, and the State of the Nation address also being used as a way of reviewing, right, the year. And in many ways, for President Ramaphosa now, it's not just the year, it's the terms that he's been in office. And the clock is ticking, right? The clock is ticking in as far as how much longer he's going to remain in office to complete his second term. He can't do more than 2 terms. So either way, this is a clear path to the end of his presidency. So these things matter more and more. And we'll have more conversations about that as we get closer to the State of the Nation address next week. For now, I'm going to take a quick break and then we're back with your calls on the open line.
Abafana Bestende want this to be a happy weekend for their fans. But Nswenko boys want to brag with a win on their way back to Northwest Province. This is the Nedbank Cup Lost 32. More than a number. Catch Golden Arrows versus Orbit College this Saturday, 7 February at 5:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC One. Then on SABC radio stations at 6 p.m. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sports.
For the love of the game.
Welcome to it. This is season 1 of Playlist happening right here at Maloka, and believe me, it's a party.
Set your reminder every Friday, 9 p.m. Playlist at Maloka is in the building.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
Okay, so this morning then we'll start off the National Roundtable in Gqeberha. Unati, good morning to you.
Good morning, Susketi. I trust that you are well.
Yes, sir. What do you want to talk about with the nation this morning?
Yes, the focus is on the State of the Nation address when it comes to the maritime matters. We believe that, the president has got a great opportunity to address and begin to recognize maritime as a national economic priority and announce, certain actions that would be able to modernize, shipyards, dry docks, and deliberate on the support for MSMEs and the push for policies such as the Nation Shipping Bill, which will allow for coastal shipping. And address the issues that relate to offshore, oil and gas. As we know, the challenges that we've seen with the court cases, the litigations, which now is becoming something that is scaring, investors. With where we are at the tip of the continent, with the Cape Sea route, which was there even before your Red Seas, we are positioned as a maritime nation to play a very, very critical and important role, and in particular for job creation that can be created through that. And I think if he misses this opportunity now to put Maritime, on the map and making sure that there is real coordination, and he announced on the coordination for Maritime, I think we are going to miss out yet on another opportunity whilst we have now been re-elected to the IMO Council Category C for 2026 and 2027.
Unati, I think it was last year where I was at a conference, and the issue around policy development, investment in maritime was actually quite a topical one. And it seems to me that because from the outside looking in, it comes across as a very niche issue, and yet one gets to learn that there is so much happening, and people are trying to drive the advocacy for the transformation of the industry, to bring in more players in the industry. But this does not gain traction with those in government, with policy makers, the decision makers. Why do you think that is? Is it because it's a complex industry, and human tendency sometimes is that we want to stay away from things that we don't really know, that we don't really understand, that seem like that don't look like they're easy wins?
It's a mixture of that, but also the fact that we don't have a champion, a political champion, especially within government. We've seen in the past where we've had a deputy minister who has been in that position for, I think, for about 10 years, who then became a minister, but then started to neglect Maritime. And I think because of that, even if you look right now, Maritime, in terms of the office of, the DOT, you would see there's a pattern where with all the ministers, they always leave Maritime with their deputy ministers. And I think that's where the biggest problem is that we do not have a champion at the level of the executives. And that is what needs to change, because there are policies. We've got a maritime, the comprehensive maritime policy. We've got the Port Acts that are there. We've got the old merchant shipping bill, which is currently in that process now of being amended. But because we don't have that champion, that's someone whom would be able to be next to the president and say, President, this is the direction. And the person who's got that opportunity is the minister, not necessarily, even though the deputy minister is doing everything that he can. But we have seen nothing changes, and we would now continue to see the same thing again and again. And we were together in that same conference. I was one of those who was raising back in that time.
I had a suspicion. It was you. All right, Unati. It's such an important issue that you've brought up, and I think it's also important for people like myself and my colleagues to bring this issue up, because when industry players like yourself speak about the opportunity that exists in maritime that has simply not been tapped into, it raises one's ear, because it's like, but we have such deep issues in as far as the state of our economy is concerned. All solutions that are on the table that are viable should be looked into. But I guess the issue of champions that he said is quite critical. Every issue needs key sponsors, right? You've got to have those sponsors people in corporate understand this well, because sometimes climbing the corporate ladder is not just about how good you are. As tough a pill as that might be to swallow, it's not. It's also about the people that are going to sponsor you, that are going to bring up your name in rooms that you are not in, right? And that's what Unati is talking about, to say there needs to be a political figure that becomes the sponsor of maritime in cabinet, in government, is going to be the voice and say, but here's this industry, multi-billion rand industry, that we are simply not getting into as much as we could. Thobela, you're in Makanda. Good morning.
Morning, Oscar. The compliments of the new year. How are you, man?
Doing well, sir.
Okay, so I'm in the Eastern Cape, Makhanda. Okay.
Yes, Thobela.
All right, ma'am. I'm calling on behalf of my organization, an NPO organization. It's registered under social development. We are asking you, ma'am, begging you to help us for a follow-up on the Department of Human Settlement in Makhanda. We registered for RDP houses in 2015, the community of Makhanda and surroundings, and the people who are living with disability, as I am living with disability too. Since 2015, they built the RDP houses, but most of us, we've been in the waiting list for phase 2 since 2015. And the construction for phase 2 did everything, including, in the pipes before you build an RDP. The construction people will understand what I'm talking about. So last year, to cut the story short, last year the people of Makhanda, the community of Makhanda, who don't have the RDP houses, wanted to take the piece of land by force because of they don't have RDP houses and so on, but that didn't happen. Last year, the list of those people who were in the waiting list came out in the social media, which is Facebook. The list, all of the names of those people are in that list. The list is saying all of those people are being approved since 2015 for their RDP houses. So when we went to the Department of Human Settlement to find out about the list, they are saying that it is the false list. But my question is, who take that list and publish it to the social media, while the people of Department of Human Settlement is saying that it's a false list? And remember, the list, it has every details of the person who registered.
And Thobela, that's what I wanted to ask you. Does that list reflect the members of the community accurately?
Yes, all those people who registered in 2015, and some of them passed away, and some of them did build their houses in the squat campers, and some of them are out of Makhanda, but most of the people are in that list. So we are asking you guys to help us as the community of Makhanda and the people who are living with disability. And some of us did screenshot that list.
Okay. All right. Thobela, let me do this. Let me take you back to the producers. Lebo will continue the conversation with you so we get the details. And I think that there's a story that we can do for our Citizens Watch segment and really have the different role players on to explain what the issue might be. But 2015, 2026, 11 years. 11 years of what? Promise. But also, why is there no clear communication? Why are people not updated, right? Because, the expectation has been set. So that's why even when a list is made public, it gives people that hope that maybe, just maybe, they're going to realize the fullness of the promise that has been made to them. Wonga, you're in Matatele. Good morning.
Good morning, KT, and good morning to SAFM listeners. In Matatele, we've got a similar problem like the one in Makhanda. Contractors were awarded a job in Ward 13, Ward 18, Ward 16. Those contractors, they have done everything on the ground, assembled houses, RDP houses. But now, human settlement with something called the service level agreement is not paying Matatele local municipality. At the present moment, we are in Makhanda High Court. Contractors want their amount. The other company wants 5.8. The other one wants 15 million. The other one wants 13 million. And the interest is keeping on accumulating for the Matlala local municipality. Rural people in these areas are waiting for these houses to be complete, but the human settlement is failing us. And on Tuesday, Minister of Human Settlement was on the radio here. I was hoping to speak to her and then explain more of this. But we are in a mess, Katie. We are in a situation whereby people now want to finish up those houses that have been started. The worst of them all, the municipality is busy writing letters to these companies as if they are threatening them to evict them. But I said, how are you going to evict these companies while you have their capital in your municipality within the service level agreement? How are you going to do that? Because these people are ready to go on site, but they can't go on site while their 13 million is not paid, 15 million is not paid, 5.8 million is not paid. We are in a mess.
And Wonga, they've started the work, so they're sort of in not at phase 0, but they're at phase 2 or whatever phase it might be.
Yes. On our Matlala situation, Kate, it's not about phase 2 or phase 1. I will say it's just one phase.
Okay.
The contractors have built houses.
So the houses
are complete, are done, but what they are wanting is their money of what they put on the ground.
Yeah.
It's not an advancement.
And what's the municipality saying?
The municipality is not litigating human settlement, while these companies are litigating the municipality because there is something called the service level agreement between the municipality and the human settlement. They are not helping us at all, kids, at all.
Okay.
So now, last week in council meeting, we were forced with the majority of ANC councillors to say, let's go and then seek a legal advice to a certain private lawyer in Amtata that is going to charge us. And we are not doing that legally because we have to do either a virement or something of that nature. It's very, very bad. So if you can get us the Minister of Human Settlement, I can table anything and everything. I've got papers of what I'm talking about. We are in a very, very terrible mess.
Okay. All right, Wonga. Thanks for raising that issue, some human settlement issues coming up, and not surprising because earlier on in this week we were at that conference, that the IBR conference, and of course the Human Settlements Department, a big component of that particular conference. So we've noted the issues and we will see how we follow up on it. For now, it's 9:30. Let me hand you over to the news desk for the latest headlines. And then straight after that, we are at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry.
Good morning. In the headlines, political parties are expected to attend the commemoration of the 10th anniversary of an incident in which 3 workers were trapped underground at the Lily mine near Barberton in Mpumalanga. The National Union of Mine Workers has urged the Trade, Industry and Competition Department to urgently intervene in preventing job losses at Cast Products South Africa. Union members protested outside the IDC's offices in Johannesburg yesterday to demand the halting of the liquidation process. And the last nuclear arms control agreement between the US and Russia has expired 16 years after it was signed. It limited each site to about 1,500 long-range warheads. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
It is time for incredible action on the tennis court. Mzansi Africa clashes with Montenegro. Emotions are pumped up by passion and thirst for victory. This is the Davis Cup World Group 2 playoff tie. Witness the World Cup of Tennis. Renault South Africa Davis Cup team versus Montenegro on Saturday 7 February at 11 a.m. Then on Sunday 8 February at 10 a.m. Live on SABC Plus, SABC 3 and SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Like a mother's love,
Mama Money is always there for the things that matter most. This back-to-school season, when school fees need to be sent home, trust Mama Money to help you support your family with ease. With fees from just 2%, you can send money to over 70 countries across Africa, Asia, and Europe using the Mama Money app. Get started today. Download the app now, register, and make education happen. Mama Money. Mama makes it happen.
Sanibonani Dumelang Absheni Lochani Mzansi igama lam nguzanele untomdodwa izindluzalza, but you can simply call me Uzanele Mthombeni. I am your new host, khona yi Ekaslami, the TV show that profiles some of your absolute faves, celebrities. I'm talking wena actor, musician, bona, politician, benekant zonke bonke zikhona, and we take them to Ekasi and find out who exactly they were before all the glitz, glam, lights, cameras, and action. Oh,
Ikaslami, Tuesday at 6 on SABC 1. Mzansi for sure. The Cherries won victory as a cherry on top of home ground advantage.
Backwards, still there for Bournemouth. Not bundled home yet. Now it is. Bournemouth 3, Liverpool 2. Stoppage time was up.
Meanwhile, the villains believe regular wins will position them in the top 4 bracket.
Oh, what a goal! Emiliano Buendia salutes the Villa fans. Some lovely approach play from Aston Villa, and what a finish from Buendia. Straight into the corner.
This is the Premier League. AFC Bournemouth versus Aston Villa, this Saturday 7 February at 4:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
You are listening to the Madlanga Commission, live on SAFM.
So, the truthfulness of the contents of the statement.
I confirm.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, if we go to the beginning of your statement, can you...
Management at the Forensic Services Division of the South African Police Services in Pretoria, which is where their head office is, and the evidence leader is Advocate Thabang Boy.
I'm a female police officer with the rank of a brigadier and currently working as a section head quality management in criminal record and crime scene management at Division Forensic Services. I'm stationed at 271 Francis Bart, Botongo Plaza West at Pretoria.
Brigadier, you can proceed to deal with aspects of your statement arising from that section as well as your service history. So you can go straight through.
I was transferred to this position with effect from the 16th of October 2023, as it appears from my job description below. I play no role in the award of a tender under discussion. Should I read 3 and 4? Or must I go to my service history?
Brigadier, you can read 3 and 4, or you can skip to your service history. It's really just an opportunity for you to put your version on the record.
Okay. My service history, I set out my career history in the South African Police Service as follows. 1994, I joined the SAPS, went to basic training at Oudtshoorn. In 1996, 0701 to 2004, 1131, I moved through the ranks of sergeant, inspector, captain in the criminal record and crime scene management training as a trainer. 53, 2004, 1201, I was promoted to a superintendent. By then, now is a lieutenant colonel
as a coordinator of automated fingerprint identification system. In 2010-08-01, I was further promoted to a colonel as a skills development facilitator of Division Forensic Services. In 2012-04-01, I was promoted to the rank of a brigadier as a provincial head of criminal record and crime scene management in Limpopo. In 2016, I moved with the same rank to Division Human Resource Development as a section head for crime detection development. 5.7, in 2023-10-16, then I was transferred to Division Forensic Services as a section head for quality management, criminal record and crime scene management. My qualifications are as follows. I obtained my national diploma in policing from Technicon SA, and I also attended management courses and other related certificates to the post.
Brigadier, just before we move forward, your voice is a little faint, so we're going to try to move the mics closer to you.
My apologies, I have an irritation on my throat, but I'll try to be as loud as possible.
Thank you. Brigadier, you can then go on to your current responsibilities.
My responsibilities at my current post are the following. Manage the integrated quality management system to the component criminal record and crime scene management, the management and implementation of quality assurance and quality control principles in line with international organizational standard ISO 9001, 17020, 31000, and 17025. The management of environmental compliance principle in line with the Occupational Health and Safety Act and related regulation, including ISO 4501 and 14001 respectively. My responsibilities in respect of environmental compliance functions entail the following. Manage the occupational health and safety, legal appointments, risk assessment, emergency preparedness, occupational hygiene survey, waste management, medical surveillance, and biological monitoring. Safety, health, and environmental inspection and audits in compliance to Occupational Health and Safety Act number 85 of 1993. Manage the coordination of medical surveillance and biological monitoring, which is a planned program of periodic health monitoring for employees exposed to the specific workplace hazard such as lead, noise, biological, radiation, and chemical agent. Number 10, it must be noted that the criminal record and crime scene management environment has various occupational exposure risks, which mandates the employer to conduct medical surveillance by a qualified occupational health and occupational medical practitioners. In the SAPS, such services are outsourced to the health risk manager, and the issuing of authorization is managed by Division Supply Chain Management, Safety, Health Management Office. How I got to know about the health risk manager contract service provider. Months in March 2024 into my new responsibility, I think I was 6 months into my new responsibility as the section head of quality management, criminal record and crime scene management. I became aware of the health risk manager contract. The awareness was triggered by the coming to an end of the previous health risk manager contract, Metropolitan. There were discussion of the expired contract of Metropolitan. It was further alluded that there was an extension granted of 3 months to Metropolitan until a new service provider for health risk management is appointed. That's when I requested more information so that I can understand the implementation of medical surveillance and biological monitoring program within the components CR and CSM. Within health risk manager scope, since the environmental compliance officers, which is ECHO, within the quality management structure, are responsible for the coordination of medical surveillance and biological monitoring program. 13, later in the month of June, the management of quality management was informed by Division Supply Chain Management, SHE Management, that the new health risk manager service provider contract was awarded to Medicare 24 Tshwane District. I then informed my supervisor, Major General Manamela, that I know Mr. Matlala and explained the nature of our relationship, and I further asked if I should recuse myself from the responsibility of managing the medical surveillance and biological monitoring program. Major General Manamela indicated that this is part of my scope of work and cannot relegate that responsibility, especially that the facilitation and coordination of medical surveillance and biological monitoring program is solely the responsibility of Environmental Compliance Officer, which we will refer to as ECHO. And if there are challenges, I still need to address them professionally. It must be noted that I was not part of the bid specification committee or bid evaluation committee, nor bid adjudication committee, and was not aware of the service providers that submitted the bids for the tender, or any engagement with any previous health risk manager that were contracted by SAPS.
Yes, Brigadier, you can continue.
Responding to the meetings with Medicare 24, as part of the onboarding in the component quality management, I was informed by my supervisor, Major General Manamela, that when the new health risk manager is appointed, presentations are made to ensure that the contractor understands the core business and occupational exposures into forensic services, and the applicable medical metrics, including required report for management reporting, including holding meetings with the appointed health risk manager. I was further informed that it is a norm that when contracts are awarded, end user and contractor, stakeholder supplier engagement meetings will be held with the appointed service provider. This practice is also applied in the occupational exposure surveillance, waste management, proficiency testing, and personal protective equipment contracts. Medicare 24 meeting was held to plan the medical assessment to ensure that service delivery is not affected, including the discussion of abnormal results so as to assess the effectiveness of internal controls, challenges, experience during the implementation of the contract, as well as familiarizing the service provider with the environment. Numerous meetings were held post the award of the contract between SABS and the contractor, Medicare 24, where I was in attendance. The first meeting was held in July 2024 at head office, chaired by the component head of Employee Health and Wellness, Major General Temba, Management of Quality Management, Contract Manager, which is Brigadier Netengwe, Supply Chain, which is Colonel Mugadi, and representative of Metropolitan as well as representative of Medicare, where the handing over process was discussed. The second meeting was held on 2024-08-06 at CAT VIP offices. The overview of forensic service and medical metrics, wherein SHE management representative and quality management senior managers were also in attendance. There were several meetings that were held with the service provider Medicare 24. The meeting in question, which is on my WhatsApp exchange between myself and Mr. Matlala, was to discuss challenges relating to the implementation of medical surveillance in the component CR and CSM. There were challenges experienced, and I indicated to my supervisor, Major General Manamela, who in turn requested that I must arrange an agent meeting with the service provider. Due to the agency of the meeting and knowing the delays we will normally experience with responding to emails, I then send Mr. Matlala a WhatsApp to confirm our telephone conversation with a message and details of the meeting. The meeting was held on 2025-01-17 at Medicare offices with Major General Manamela, myself, I think here I've just skipped myself. The meeting was held in 2025-01-17 at Medicare offices with Major General Manamela, myself, and Mr. Matlala. And we discussed medical surveillance authorization issued to the component CR and CSM, which were progressing at a very slow pace. Outstanding certificate of fitness for members who attended the medical assessment, and challenges raised by employees. The last meeting was held on 2025-04-16 at Medicare offices and was attended by quality management managers and supply chain SHE management, and the following were discussed. Authorization issued since the contract inception, finalized medical assessment, scheduling of appointments, outstanding certificate of fitness, 24.2, medical surveillance rollout for 2025 to 2026. Since we were in the year, the financial year 2024 to 2025. Establishment of a framework for ongoing communication and performance tracking. It must be noted that the certificate of fitness is critical for the forensic services for early detection of occupational diseases. Proceed?
Yes, you can proceed.
WhatsApp communication regarding the contract. Communication between myself and Medicare 24 was on email, telephone, and WhatsApp. Due to the delays or non-responsive on the email, we then agree with Mr. Matlala that we can communicate by WhatsApp or telephonically, because that line of communication was long established, where we will also talk about our private matters. He will relay his frustrations about the contract, how they are financially affecting him, such as late payments and partial payments which are made by SABC, which is affecting Medicare 24 ability to pay the subcontracted service providers. Delays in facilitating the authorization by making appointment with his contracted service providers, as most contracted service providers do not want to work with him because the company is owing them. Lastly, the stalling of work by subs in other streams, which is incapacity leave, short-term sick leave, awareness program, and the health screening. On 2025-02-012, I received a call from Mr. Matlala, who was frustrated, and he informed me that he received a non-performance letter from SAPS, but his lawyers already responded. I was surprised by the response letter, as he did not mention some of the issues which he was long complaining about. I then highlighted to him that he could have included the issues of non-payment issues, failures to have quarterly meetings with the company as per service level agreement, and also the issues whereby members were insisting on going to their preferred doctors. On 2025-02-19, while I was on call with him discussing other matters, he then informed me that when medicals were conducted in our environment, there were more than 300 no-shows or non-arrival, which can be a misappointment for medical surveillance. They conducted from 2024-08-19 to 2024-08-23. Then I disputed the figure and informed him that there was 2 follow-up appointments on 2024-08-26 to 2024-08-27, and a further date of 2024-09-30 to 2024-10-05. As more members attended the follow-ups, which drastically reduced the number of 300. But I further indicated that I will check and confirm the numbers the following day. I then confirmed the numbers and forwarded him the name list of 140 members, which he will confirm with the authorization they receive, attendance register, as well as the refusal list. It must be noted that the list they already had, they just needed to compare with the 300 that he was indicating to me, and it's also worth noting that even though it's non-arrival, the non-arrival fee was not claimed nor paid to Medicare 24. On 2025-03, I informed him about the complaints that I received regarding the Lancet account, which was billed to members' account. And I sent him proof of the Lancet statement. Some I sent through email, and later he sent me proof of email that James Murray saw that, and they are already attending to them.
Can you please try to state this in your own, or rather these are your words, but can you, without looking at this, just explain what this paragraph means? And also how James Murray features.
Paragraph 32.
Yes, please.
What happened is, when there are medical surveillance, the members will be sent to to Lancet as well as Empath to do the blood test. Now, because it's the organization that will be paying or urging members to go and attend the medical surveillance, then the account of Lancet, when it comes, it must be in the name of Medicare instead of the member's name, instead of a member being responsible for that account. So we had several issues whereby members were receiving statements from Lancet indicating that this account is on your name. and they were threatening legal action. So normally you'll have delays when communicating with people from Medicare. Hence, me and Mr. Matlala, we agreed that if there's any agent thing or if there are challenges, forward me a WhatsApp or call me. Then in this instance, I say, no, there's something wrong. Our members are receiving bills from Lancet. And he said, send me proof of that Lancet statement. And I sent it to him, whereby there was a member's name as an account holder. After that, he gave it to James, who corrected it. And it became on the account of Medicare 24.
And who did James Murray work for?
James Murray was working for Medicare 24.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Brigadier, just before you move, Chair, Commissioners, if you can turn to page 33 of the chats, which is the second tab.
Page
33.
In our top stories, a new witness takes to the stand at the Madlanga Commission, and DTI urged to prevent job losses at Cast Products South Africa. Good morning. The SAPS Section Head of Quality Management, Rachel Macheng, has started to testify before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. She's responsible for criminal record and crime scene management at the Forensic Services Division. A week ago, President Cyril Ramaphosa accepted the Commission's interim report, which recommends the investigation and prosecution of several officials, including Macheng. Political parties are expected to attend the 10th anniversary commemoration of an incident in which 3 workers were trapped underground at Lily Mine near Barberton in Mpumalanga. Solomon Nyarenda, Pratin Kambole and Yvonne Mnisi were working in the lamp room container when part of the mine collapsed, trapping them. Meanwhile, families of the deceased are at the mine to continue their calls to authorities to retrieve the bodies of their loved ones. Action SA President Herman Mashaba is also expected to speak about his party's efforts to assist the bereaved families retrieve the bodies of their loved ones. The National Union of Mine Workers NUM has urged the Trade, Industry and Competition Department to urgently intervene in preventing job losses at Cast Products South Africa. NUM in a statement says the company initiated a voluntary business rescue process in 2022 with the aim of ultimately finding a suitable equity partner. The business rescue practitioners approved a plan under which a new shareholder would have taken over the business. However, the IDC has rejected the finalized agreement and cut off funding. Union members protested outside the IDC's offices in Johannesburg yesterday to demand the halting of the liquidation process. The union's Mpho Hlongwane.
So we therefore agreed with the IDC yesterday that the only thing that will make us as workers to be comfortable on this particular meeting is to have a stakeholder meeting before Wednesday next week, including the business rescue practitioner to be part of the meeting, because information that has been given on the ground is too different. So we want a high-level meeting where we'll also include our national office bearers of national mine workers to come and assist us on this particular matter.
The national minimum wage is set to increase from 28 Rand 79 cents to 30 Rand 23 cents per hour. The Employment and Labour Minister announced the increase on Tuesday. The 1 Rand 44 cents increase, which will take effect on the 1st of next month, will benefit all workers, including vulnerable farm workers and domestic workers. Deminkosi Mkhalipi is the department's Deputy Director General.
This is a decision taken by Labour, Business and Community at the Commission after looking at the inflation rate and also following the law. The law requires that the Commission should make sure that the minimum wage is not eroded by inflation. And if you look at the inflation as at the end of November last year, it was around about 3.6%. And this is more than that to compensate for the high inflation rate.
And finally, the last nuclear arms control agreement between the US and Russia has expired 16 years after it was signed. It limited each side to about 1,500 long-range warheads. Campaigners have warned its demise could start a new arms race between nuclear powers. The BBC's Eliana Humphrey has more.
Russia's foreign ministry has said it assumes neither side will remain bound by those limits. In a statement, Moscow said it would continue to act responsibly but would take decisive countermeasures if its security were threatened. While Washington has not immediately responded, President Trump has previously said he wants China included in any future deal. Pope Leo has urged both nations to renew the treaty, saying the current world situation requires everything possible to avert a new arms race.
Recapping the top story, the SAPA section head of quality management, Rachel Macheng, has started to testify before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. A week ago, President Cyril Ramaphosa accepted the Commission's interim report, which recommends the investigation and prosecution of several officials, including Macheng. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. The National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
What's your thoughts regarding South Africa, what we're doing and what we're not doing regarding Zimbabwe?
South African government, what they are doing wrong, they are supporting the current regime, and that regime is giving South Africa problems. That's why you see here, we do have many illegal immigrants. They live in South Africa. President Ramaphosa, first thing that you need to do, you need to stop supporting Mnangagwa so that we won't have the problem that we are having in South Africa because of Zimbabweans.
Dino McLean, the Information, Publicity and Youth Leader for the Progressive Zimbabweans Foundation, the PZF.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM. Find the podcast at safm.co.za. For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged and connected a nation. SAFM, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program, evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAFM in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAFM continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Talking Point with Kathy Mohlahlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
You're listening to the Talking Point 6 after 10 o'clock. Welcome to the second hour of the show. So as they do that initial settling in of the witness, we are going to continue today with our Municipal Watch feature. Today we are still on the theme of accountability and oversight of municipalities, and we'll be in conversation with the Office of the Auditor General, just to also try and understand, the role that they play, how they fit in, and perhaps there's insights, right, that they can share with us too, around understanding the breakdown that we see when it comes to this oversight, when it comes to accountability, so that we are also able to make better decisions. Remember, the purpose of these conversations is that we are empowered. We need to empower ourselves with information. We need to empower ourselves with understanding, most importantly, with understanding. So we'll be getting into that conversation shortly. And then after 11 o'clock, we'll be back at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. For now, let's take some of your WhatsApp voice notes.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Hi, Kathy. Great show as always. Ben from Joburg. I just heard Malema asking the Madlanga report to be released, which is ironic coming from him. He's on the ad hoc committee. They don't know what they're doing. Why release the report first? And then you can demand somebody else to release his report. The ad hoc committee is at all sorts. They don't know what they're doing. I don't think they've even uncovered anything. Ben, bye.
The listeners, David here. Well, I'm not sure whether other people say I'm stereotyped or something, but according to me, the state of the nation is just a waste of time. Because whatever we wish that the president must say there, he can say it, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen. Because we have how many state of the nation did he have? And what happened? Where did he bring the changes? Because he can say this today, then tomorrow is something that is not going to happen and no one is going to ask him. So according to me, it's just a waste of time.
Good morning to Honorable Kethi Muhlasana and good morning to honorable listeners. Happy Thursday, Kethi. Happy Thursday. You know why I'm happy? Because Gavin Hunt and his boys fixed the country. Gavin Hunt fixed the country yesterday here in DHL Stadium in Cape Town, Stellenbosch. You know that team called Stellies? Stellenbosch. They done a good job yesterday. Good job. The so-called defending champion, just one match, they are gone. Yeah, it's nice Thursday. Nice Thursday. Yeah, what a nice Thursday.
Good morning, Kathy. I at some point read an article about Mweletsi Mbeki, the brother of President Thabo Mbeki, who said that people might think Zuma is the most corrupt person within the ANC. But he said Ramaphosa is the big fish of corruption within the ANC. And he said Ramaphosa engaged in these corrupt activities during the tenure of President Nelson Mandela, and the President Nelson Mandela not being aware of corrupt activities by Ramaphosa. Now, when I look at the issue of Marikana, Lonmin and Marikana, the issue of Palapala, the issue of the disbandment of PKTT, now I connect the dots, Kathy. Thank you, Mulatin Bloemfontein.
Morning, Kathy, to your crew there, and morning to everyone else who's listening. Kathy, I'm not holding my breath. As to the Sona, I am not. I wonder if there are people who are still, taking this thing seriously. This is just a political theatrics. It is sterile. They commit themselves to things that they do not even move a finger to action. So it's just something to tick the box with. It's just a formality.
Hashtag SAFM Talking Point. Municipal Watch, bringing your local issues on the national agenda. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
So we're continuing our series on Municipal Watch, looking at matters of accountability and oversight at municipalities. One office that has been raising the red flag around some of the challenges that municipalities are facing is the Office of the Auditor General. Year on year, we have seen the warning signs in those reports. They have been pointing to, in some instances, right, a good story, because there are municipalities that have their act together. In some instances, a not so good story because there are challenges, but there are also interventions that are proposed for how to turn things around. And I think on the other end of the spectrum is where things are not only bad, but they continue to get worse. So when we look at accountability and oversight at a local government level, it also has its challenges. There are municipalities who simply don't submit their financial records. There are municipalities who don't feel that they should be held accountable. Sometimes even to the risk of auditors, right? There have been examples of auditors who have been held hostage. There have been examples of auditors who have been threatened, all in the line of doing their work. Ms. Bongi Ngema is the head of audit in the Office of the Auditor General of South Africa. She joins us this morning. Ms. Ngema, good morning to you. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Kathy. Can you confirm if you can see me and hear me?
Yes, we can see you very clearly and we can also hear you. Thank you so much.
Let me greet you properly and also greet the listeners and thank my leadership, Tsakane Maluleke, the AG, who has afforded me this opportunity to come and engage with you this morning. So on the surname, I am Ngoma. Bongi.
Oh, Ngoma. Oh, apologies
Ngoma.
for that.
The song.
Apologies for that. There's a typo on my documents here. Please receive my apologies, Ms. Bongi Ngoma. As I was making that intro, we have, I think, over a period of time, right, been moving into a very interesting space when it comes to municipalities and how they also open themselves up to be held accountable. There was a point, perhaps 15 years ago or even beyond that, where not submitting financial statements, not having proper financial records was something that was looked down on, right? Was something that was not best practice, but there was a level of shame for municipalities and officials that came with not having their ducks in a row. The sense that I get, Ms. Ngoma, is that we are now at a place where some municipalities that don't adhere to the rules do that without any sense of wrongdoing, without any sense of conviction about why it is that what they're doing is wrong. And again, for me, I look at what happens to auditors sometimes when they go out into the field. And I know that this is not really terrain that officials of the AG like to delve deeply into, but it is documented that auditors now simply cannot just do their jobs without putting themselves in harm's way. And we have seen the reception that your officials get in some municipalities. So that's an outsider's perspective looking in. Maybe drawing on some of the themes that I've put in there, speak to me about your own account of the experience that you have been having as you conduct oversight and accountability at municipalities and what that is communicating to you as the Office of the Auditor General.
Thank you so much, Kathy. You are raising a very important aspect, an aspect that actually speaks to the fact that as auditors, we should be given access to the premises, to the documents without fear and without favor, and we should be able to audit those entities as allowed by law, as governed by the Constitution and the law. So the concept you are talking about, we term it in the office threats and intimidations. This is where our auditors would go into the auditee environment and then suffer all manner of threats and intimidations. Sometimes it could be in the form of a lack of access to the documentation, sometimes in the form of subtle intimidations, sometimes in the form of pushbacks, where when you raise a finding, then there is a pushback against that finding because it's going to have implications perhaps on the audit opinion. And there were cases, especially in the past, Kathy, where even our auditors would be violently mistreated in their hotel environment in the evenings. There would be robbery in the hotel, and a laptop would be taken. But I must say the trend over the last years has come down. There is one or two cases where there was that kind of robbery in the hotel itself, but we have seen that the trend has started to come down, and it didn't happen by itself. It happened because we had collaborated with SABS in many cases. We would do a risk assessment of the auditee, of the environment we are going to audit, and then we collaborate as part and parcel of the threats and intimidation tactics that we had developed in the Office of Protecting our staff members. So we would collaborate with SABS, who would then join forces with us as we are in that particular audit. So there has been some form of reduction of these threats and intimidations that you are referring to. There's other tactics, part and parcel of assisting our staff members that go through these threats in the office, where if the environment is viewed as high risk, we would then offer security services to go extract them, bring them back, let them work in the office environment. For an example, there was one year in Joburg where there was an incident last year, but that did not affect our staff member, but it affected a colleague in the industry. So we had to be vigilant with that auditee, where we had then directed our staff members for this cycle that we were auditing to then predominantly work in the office just to ensure that their lives are safeguarded. So it is an issue that we are grappling with, but it's not as prevalent and pervasive as it used to be in the past. And we are also vigilant as the office in how we then safeguard and protect our staff members, because their lives to us is important, Kathy. Let me take the mic back to you. Thank you.
These actions, the fact that they're illegal and even in some instances criminal is just one aspect of it, right? But part of why they become an indictment on the officials at local government is because this is a sphere of government that should have the highest level of transparency.
Yeah.
There's no favors being done on anyone, right? The public not only deserve to know, not only have a right to know, but it is in fact the public that is supposed to be giving directives around how monies are spent, which projects monies are spent on, etc. And so when you see some of these actions, it of course then also suggests that there is a move from accountability, that people don't want to be held accountable, that they don't want to be transparent, that they don't want people to know what is happening in the books. Why is that?
Yeah. Look, if I were to start to give you stats, Kathy, just to bring data and context to what you are talking about, and perhaps what we've done in the past to deal with this area, and the area of lack of submission of financial statements and performance reports, because those two are critical for accountability. As when you kicked off this conversation, you kicked it off beautifully by explaining that our Office of the Auditor General of South Africa is tasked with this responsibility to then audit these financial statements and performance reports to ensure that there's accountability with the public resources. But what we have seen in the past, if I were to give you the stats of the previous year, the year that I'm going to talk to, Kathy, is the year 23-24. I will not talk about the current year because the AG must still table in the current year. She's finalizing her report, putting it together, the 24-25. So as we are engaging today, we will engage based on the report that is in the public domain as we speak. So if you look at the municipalities that failed to submit, they were 7. They were 7 in the year that we are referring to, and mainly in Free State, predominantly, bulk of them, about 5 in the Free State, 1 in Limpopo, and then also 1 in Northern Cape. But if you go back to the past, this number was slightly higher in the past. So we are noticing a trend over the years, even in the year that the AG will talk about, which is the 24-25. You will note that number also has improved significantly. And quite right, because when an auditee fails to submit financial statements and performance reports, it does affect transparency and accountability for the funds of the state. But what we have done in the past was to invoke the powers. You would know that the AG was given the powers in 2019. The powers that allows her to issue what we call a material irregularity in the instance where an auditee fails to submit financial statements. So we had seen an impact over the years where the number has been coming down. As I say, in the year that we are talking about, actually we are referring to 7 municipalities that had repeatedly failed. I think that word repeatedly is important in this conversation, Tracy. Kathy, I don't know why I keep saying Tracy. Sorry, Kathy.
That's fine. Don't worry too much about it. So, we've been trying to understand the different levers of accountability at a local government level. And that's where part 1 and part 2 of the series really focused. And when we look at the mechanisms that are put in place at a local government level, if the system were functioning properly, the checks and balances on paper are there, whether it's the audit committees, the impacts, and all the other frameworks that have been put in place to bring in that level of accountability. From your view, why is it that these structures have become ineffective or are ineffective? Why is it that you still have these adverse material findings that are not, they're not a surprise to the municipalities, but the fact that they exist in the first place despite these mechanisms?
Yes, a very good question, I must say. Look, the structures that you are referring to, we have actually mapped them in the strategy of AG, the culture shift strategy. So we took some time at the start of her term and mapped them up nicely in what we call the accountability ecosystem. And it was important for us to map that accountability ecosystem so that we can understand who plays what role in ensuring accountability for local government finances. As you have mentioned, you have alluded to it. So there's the officials of the entity itself, of the municipality, there's the senior management, there's your municipal manager, there's the internal audit unit. You've mentioned that, the assurance providers. There's the audit committees as well that oversees the work of the internal audit and the work of external audit and management, and provide assurance on whether there's good sense of internal control environment and compliance to laws and regulations. And then you have your mayors and your speakers, and then your municipal councils, your municipal public accounts. Over and above that, Kathy, you have your provincial legislatures, you have your oversight committees, you have your national committee, and then you have your coordinating institutes. In there's treasuries, be it the national treasury, the provincial treasuries, and there's the premier's offices as well, who have a responsibility to play an oversight role for local government finances. And then there's also COGTA, your cooperative governance departments. So over and above that, there's your provincial leadership. So we have mapped all these role players, and then we took some time to understand who needs to play which role to ensure that there is accountability. We also have spent a significant amount of time, especially in the report that I'm talking about, where the focus of this report by the AG was, yes, on the adverse findings, as you have referred to it, on the unqualified findings, qualified findings, disclaimed opinions. So the focus was on that. But most importantly, she paid attention on raising direct findings or highlighting who in this accountability ecosystem has not been playing their part. For an example, we have issued this report, this particular report, to mayors, because mayors have got an oversight and a decision-making responsibility, and their responsibilities are outlined in law, Kathy. They are spelled out in terms of what they should be driving in that organization. If I were to just mention one or two.
All right, Miss Ngoma, I'm going to ask you just to hold that thought. We'll give you a chance to run through some of those examples shortly. It is 10:30, time for the latest news headlines.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, the High Court in Johannesburg has struck off the roll businessman Suleiman Karim's urgent application to block the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry from issuing a subpoena to compel him to appear before it. Karim is accused of having dealings with alleged criminal cartel kingpin Fuzumuzi Cat Matlala. Political parties are expected to attend the 10th anniversary commemoration of an incident in which 3 workers were trapped underground at Lily Mine near Barberton in Mpumalanga. And the National Union of Mine Workers has urged the Trade, Industry and Competition Department to urgently intervene in preventing job losses at Cast Products South Africa. Union members protested outside the IDC's offices in Johannesburg yesterday to demand the halting of the liquidation process. I'll have details on these and other stories at 11.
The rand is currently trading at 15 rand 92 to the dollar, 21 rand 85 to the pound, and 18 rand 85 to the euro. Markets in Asia extended losses at the closing bell. The JSE read across the board during mid-morning trade. Markets in Europe trading higher this morning. Gold is trading at $4,909. Platinum $2,116 per ounce. The price of Brentwood oil at $68.22 a barrel.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
Some songs take you back instantly to your first love, a road trip, or just simpler times. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, is where timeless hits and forgotten favorites come together to tell your story. It's not just music, it's memories, moments, and the meaning behind this jam.
Don't you change
Rediscover the songs that shaped your journey. Tune in to The Soundtrack of Your Life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m., only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Eskom is upgrading old electricity meters with modern smart meters, giving you clarity, control and confidence. With your new meter, you'll be able to see your usage in real time, giving you the power to manage your electricity with ease. Smart meters are accurate and help Eskom respond faster to issues. Please allow their authorized installers access to install your meter. For more information, visit the Eskom website. Eskom, redefining for a better future.
Municipal Watch, bringing your local issues on the national agenda. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
We continue with the conversation on the talking point. A pleasure to have you with us on the show. Our guest this morning is Ms. Bongi Ngoma. She's the head of audit in the Office of the Auditor General of South Africa. So, Ms. Ngoma, you were talking to us about why it is some of the structures that have been created at a local government level do not succeed in effecting accountability. And you were explaining what the challenges that you as the Auditor General have picked up.
Yeah. Maybe just a little bit of context, Kathy, as I was about to unpack just the mayor's role, for an example, as one of the key role players in that accountability ecosystem that is seized with the responsibility of ensuring that there's accountability, transparency, performance, and institutional integrity within that municipality. So what we had raised, if I were to be allowed to touch on it quickly, what we had raised were issues that were centered around inadequate institutional capability. You did talk earlier on when you were doing your introduction about the quality of the financial statements that get to be submitted to us for audit, the quality of the performance reports that is poor in many of the cases, the governance failures, the instances where there's non-compliance to supply chain management processes that lead to the major leakages that we talk about when we talk about local government, where a supplier is appointed and that supplier does not have the requisite competence or the requisite experience to perform and conduct that particular project to its end. And then that particular project ends up being concluded by a third contractor. First contractor is dismissed. Third is dismissed. However, there is no accountability for non-delivery or lack of performance. So, in a nutshell, those are the kind of things that the AG has reported on. Issues of course, financial mismanagement, where revenue is not billed, services are offered, but the billing has not been done. I heard you now just talk about the meter. I think you just reminded me when you were talking about the smart meters that Eskom is going around installing in the houses. So we have reported instances where services are provided, but the billing has not been done completely. Where the billing was done, the collections of that revenue was then not done. We have also reported issues of unfunded budgets where some of the municipalities go on and commit themselves and spend beyond the revenues that they have and then fall into deficits. And then you would see knock-on effects of a cash flow crisis, and then the creditors that suffer the consequences of this cash flow crisis, in that the average days it takes to pay a creditor is 286, just on average. So those are the kind of findings. I'm sure you did engage about these findings in your previous engagements. But now let's come back to why are there all these challenges? Why is it that there's all these people, there's all these role players in the accountability ecosystem, as I've outlined earlier on, but they are not able to then hold the executives to account, or they're not able to perform as mandated by the Constitution, or they are not able to translate the resources into impact or translate their own visions into action. So that's what we are talking about here. So the call to action that the AG had issued, in particular issued it to mayors and councils, issued it to executive authorities to oversight. And what was key was that she had called them to perform their legislated responsibilities. It all lies in there. Perform your legislated responsibilities. Responsibilities of oversight, responsibilities of decision making, responsibilities of accountability. So just quickly for an example, a mayor's role, if you were to take a mayor's role, a mayor has got that legislated responsibility to approve the plan. They call it a service delivery budget and implementation plan, SDBIP. And the mayor has also, over and above that, once they've approved that plan, they've got a responsibility to then periodically monitor whether there is implementation to that plan through what is called monthly management accounts or in-year monitoring accounts. That is where then a mayor should be able to pick up the disjunctures between what was approved as his plan and now what is translating. Similarly to the performance, same thing. A performance report is approved to say this is how we are going to deliver services for this particular year. Mayor approves that, and then a quarterly, 6 monthly, a mayor must sit with the leadership of the municipality and hold them to account for not achieving the aspirations that would have been expressed initially in that plan. So what we have noted and highlighted is lack of holding officials to account for non-performance, for non-delivery. We had noted what we call sometimes tolerance, a culture of tolerance to underperformance or even non-performance, because no one is held to account. If I were to just make an example of the supply chain management non-compliances that we raise year in and year out, what is critical is that once a non-compliance is identified, it mustn't end there where it is identified. There is a process that Treasury has issued to deal with the non-compliance, which is what we call consequence management. So what we have noted is that there is no consequence management for non-delivery or for lack of compliance to laws and regulations. And in a culture where there is no consequences for non-delivery, what happens then? The issues persist. They become persistent because no one is dealing with those issues. For example, Treasury is clear that if there is an instance of non-compliance to law, especially that leads to leakage, because that's what we talk about now. It's not just the non-compliance to law, but it's non-compliance that also leads to leakages, where you appoint this supplier that does not have the competence, and then they don't conclude the project. You don't hold them to account. You lose resources of the state, services then are not delivered to the citizens on the ground, and then who suffers is the citizen. Then that official that did not monitor that project must be investigated. Disciplinary action must be taken. Recovery must be done against the supplier that has not implemented the project but has been paid. So in the main, what we have seen is a culture of no consequences for non-compliance across the board. Let me come back to what you have highlighted as the assurance structures. I liked your example of the assurance structures, your internal audit functions, and then your audit committees. We've taken time in this round, Katie, in the last year, in the current year, where AG had inspired us to go in and look at why is it that there are internal audit functions, but they are not able to rise to the occasion of their own mandates, occasion of their own terms. And then there's a couple of findings we've picked up there. There's some units that have got vacancies, some units that have got skills gaps, and then some audit committees also that have got a capability gap. So we have done an assessment where we had assessed them, and then we are going to go back to them and see how we can assist them through our recommendations, and where there are gaps of capacity, capacitate them, take them through on what is it that they need to do. For an example, with the supply chain environment, we've been engaged in some of the internal audit functions to say there are property audits that you need to start to look at before we even come in, because we come in for only 2 months to do the audits. You are an internal audit that is stationed in that municipality. You have a responsibility then to confirm whether the procurement did follow the laws and the processes that are prescribed by the municipality and the government. Let me pause.
Sure. I mean, that's just, it's a mouthful. And I think that in so many ways helps us to understand where things are going wrong. I want to come back to the officials at the top, the mayors. Often residents are given the impression that, yes, mayors hold a lot of power, but it's more of an executive function. The administrative aspect of local government then would fall under the municipal manager, who is the accounting officer. And part of why I'm framing it this way is deliberate, because when the question of accountability arises, there are instances where the mayors absolve themselves. No, this is not me, it's the municipal manager. So what you often find is that depending on the politics at play, you either have a revolving door around the roles of the mayor or the roles of the municipal manager. And I want you to help us understand that from an accounting and accountability point of view. Because what we see very often is that mayors and councils almost seem to hold municipal managers accountable as a point of last resort. It's not the starting point, at least from what I deduce. And I'm speaking here specifically for those municipalities that are underperforming, that are not doing things according to the book.
Yes, no, spot on. The buck stops with the accounting officer, what we call the accounting officer, the city manager, the municipal manager, and it stops with the mayor. So it is those two officials that hold the power to ensure that there is accountability in that municipality. But there is another sphere I wanted to introduce slightly, Katie, which is something also that we had elevated in the previous report. This MEC, the MEC for local government, for an example. So the laws allow that the local government mayor gets assistance and support by that MEC of local government, actually added to that by the provincial treasury as well. So the responsibility to hold that municipality accountable rests with many layers. There is a provincial layer. There is also a national layer that in the previous report we had invoked to remind them of their responsibilities, to say that they also have a role to play. For an example, if we just pick up on the MEC of local government, they've got a responsibility also to monitor performance of municipalities. And over and above that, it's centered on MSA, Municipal Systems Act 46, 47, 48. So all those laws are outlined in there to say you've got a responsibility to also, let's take Johannesburg, because both of us live in Johannesburg. The MEC local government of Johannesburg has got a responsibility to do a performance assessment of how the municipalities of this province are performing, but does not only leave it at that. Then they need to propose remedial actions that must be taken to provincial legislature and to National Council of Provinces. You see now, this accountability goes even beyond the mayor. So there is the MEC local government, there is also the provincial legislature that has got a responsibility, there is also the National Council of Provinces that have got a responsibility to ensure that the municipalities that have been elevated by the MEC of local government as underperforming with the remedial actions are working. Then that MEC must go back, propose the remedial actions, ensure implementation, support where there's capacity gaps, and then monitor whether there is effectiveness of those remedial actions. So it goes beyond just now the mayor leaving it at the mayors. The premier as well, the office of the premier has got also a responsibility to ensure that they play an oversight role in driving accountability and supporting that municipality that is not doing well. So I think the authors of the law were very preemptive and were very clear of what will it take to ensure that they tighten accountability. But what we had noted, Kathy, before you come in, as also maybe something you can ponder upon in your next engagement, as the root causes that we have raised over and above this lack of consequence management, lack of accountability, lack of other role players in playing their roles as granted by the law. But the issues of capability become the center of what we are grappling with. We call it at the office institutional capability, institutional integrity, and also issues of governance. So sometimes it's centered at that, because you can never have accountability when you don't have ability. And you can never have accountability when you don't have capability. So because your capability will enable accountability. So when we drill deeper, we discover why this accountability is so troublesome. It's in most cases centered at capability. Thanks. Back to you, Ken.
We're in conversation with the head of audit in the Office of the Auditor General, Ms. Bongi Ngoma. I think just such important insights that she is sharing with us this morning to help us understand the breakdown around accountability and oversight at a local government level. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll continue the conversation with Ms. Ngoma shortly.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
When it comes to professional productions, quality, precision, and reliability matter. That's where SABC technology comes in. From live events and pre-recorded shows to streamed content across your social media channels, we provide seamless, high-quality production that meets your vision and your budget. Need editing, final audio mix, or graphics? Our post-production experts use cutting-edge technology to bring your story to life. Looking for radio or television outside broadcast support, studio or auditorium usage that's fully equipped and ready for your big idea? SABC Technology has the infrastructure, the expertise, and the passion to make it happen. SABC Technology, your trusted service provider. Contact us today at bookings@sabcfacilities.co.za. SABC, for everyone, for everywhere, always.
SAFM Music. Good times, good memories.
I'm just like somebody fine.
Old school sounding so good. SAFM Music with you wherever you go. Municipal Watch, bringing your local issues on the national agenda. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
All right, we are continuing our conversation with Ms. Bongi Ngoma, the head of audit at the Office of the Auditor General. We've been talking about oversight and accountability. Ms. Ngoma, the picture that you have given us in understanding what the responsibilities, right, of these officials is and where we are seeing them fall short. And the culture, right, the culture of non-accountability, the culture of non-performance and no consequence for non-delivery. As the Auditor General, that has been a big cry from your office, not only around local government, but I think across the different spheres of government. And I wonder, for residents who are listening to this conversation and who are thinking, well, what do we need to do? How can we help change the situation? What would be the answer that you give them?
Very important a role player, Katie, a very important question. So I just wish we were talking on TV and then I would present a slide. There is a slide that we put together. You remember I talked about us taking a step back and mapping the who's who in the accountability ecosystem earlier on.
So Ms. Ngoma, please feel free to share those slides with us, and we will be able just to put them up online for the benefit of our listeners. We'd love to do that.
Oh, no, not a problem. So in that slide, Katie, you've brought in now a very important role player. Because remember, this is the role player that is a taxpayer. This is the role player that has funded these local government municipalities. That role player, we call it active citizenry, meaning they also have a role that they can play of holding their mayors, their wards, officials into account by demanding to know how they have dispensed and how they have implemented the SDBIP that I talked about, the service delivery implementation budget plans, the IDP that they usually take before the start of a new term of that mayor. Like as we are going to go to elections just now, there will be new IDPs, integrated development plans that will be shaped by the mayors. And they have a responsibility to then socialize those IDPs with the cities, with their own citizens, and say, these are the services that we commit and promise to deliver to you over the next 5 years, and this is how they will be funded. So based on that, then every citizen has got a role to play to go back and knock and say, you have promised the following. How far are you doing? We have the reports of the Auditor General. The reports of the Auditor General are in public domains. We have the report for my ward, for my municipality. So on the website, those reports actually are even classified per municipality. So you can go and extract the report of your municipality and then go and knock at the doors of your mayor and then hold them to account. There's other CSOs, for an example, Kathy, that are actually skilled and competent in holding their own officials of that particular ward or of that municipality into account. Maybe they can plug themselves in a CSO, join a CSO, or form a CSO, or as individuals, they have a role to play also in holding their municipality accountable in the delivery of the IDP. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Kathy. Back to you.
One of the issues that we have not touched on, Ms. Ngoma, is the use of external auditors by municipalities in helping to compile their financial reports and maybe your own understanding of what is driving that. I can tell you for sure that we are going to need to have you back at some point, right? Because I've got a minute and a half left of our program today. But I think that's also a critical issue in helping to understand.
Yes. No, spot on, Kathy. It's a use of consultants. So we see predominantly a use of these consultants in many of the municipalities. I mean, we have about 247 we audit in 219 of those municipalities. There was use of consultants. But what is disappointing, as I wrap up quickly in the interest of time, is that we don't quite see the value coming out of this offering. Because in many of the cases, still the financial statements have got material errors, have got material misstatements, which means errors, that we still pick up, though they would have been prepared by that particular consultant. But there are reasons behind all of that. Sometimes they are brought in too late, sometimes they are not supervised. So those are all the reasons. Sometimes they're not skilled as well to prepare those annual financial statements. Sometimes there are no documents for them to put together those annual financial statements. So I think it's a topic on its own for another day, Kathy. Thank you so very much. But 1.47 billion in the previous year has been spent on the use of consultants. Thank you.
Sure.
Back to you.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's just, there's so much for us to keep unpacking. And as I said, the point here is to empower ourselves with information so that as we're making decisions for the local government elections, we have this information in mind. Ms. Ngoma, let me thank you so much. All right, I see that the Madlanga Commission is still sitting. So let's hand you back over to that commission, Brigadier Rachel Majeng, who's the section head for quality management, is the one giving evidence. And she's been questioned over the Matlala deal, her involvement, and she is now being asked to explain the romantic relationship that she has admitted to having with Matlala.
You'll get someone that is doing a recruitment into SAPS. That person will be an end user. You'll get people that are doing incapacity leave in the organization. You will have someone that is leading that stream. You will get a stream whereby...
Brigadier, I think you've answered me and I'm not cutting you short. I'm worried about the time because it's almost our tea time. So just one last question and a short answer, please, because it should be obvious. In June, when Mr. Matlala's company gets appointed, the relationship is flat, nothing is happening. When did the two of you start the relationship again? When did you suddenly agree that
42365 Craig Hall 2024, fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za.
The Morning Brief. I don't feel you've explained it thoroughly, the relationship between Marula-san and the city of Tshwane and the debt that is. So just talk to it and walk us through it.
Don't interrupt. I'm not done. I'm saying the city is taking the matter to court with Northwest Housing Corporation. Marula-san is owed by Northwest Housing Corporation. Don't come in as if you know the truth, Brian. You don't know the truth.
No, we're not fighting here. We are
able to answer, but you choose not to. 2024 is not a long time ago. And if somebody is your partner or your lover, surely you must know, when did things start again? Because you were very clear that in June, nothing was happening. So surely you must know, when did things start moving again? Please think about it and try to answer it, Chair, after tea, because it's very important.
But may I just put in this question, but would it have been before December 2024 when you resumed your relationship?
Sorry, Commissioner?
Would it have been before December 2024 when you resumed your relationship? In June, you say you are still not. But by December, would you have resumed it already?
Yes. That's
On to 107 and follow the coverage across our digital platforms live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAFM Radio. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Now leave the SABC and see the tower block lit up, 27 stories of light. Move
I'm very glad that you invited the Auditor General today, because not so long ago, in a council meeting, the majority, the ANC councillors, rejected the report from COCTA on the basis that the COCTA does not have the power to play oversight on the municipalities. So I was surprised because COCTA compiled a report that implicates the municipal manager on the wrongdoing for failing to follow the municipal legislation and policies. Now, the report was recommending that the council should do something about the municipal manager and reclaim its land back. But they did not listen. They said, we are not going to entertain the report from COCTA because COCTA does not have power to play the oversight over this municipality. I was surprised. Thank you for that clarity, the Auditor General.
Good morning, Katie. I have something to say, but I don't know how to say it. But at the moment, can you please use the slot of 9 to 9:30 effectively? Because at the moment, when the Madlanga breaks and it breaks the 11 up until 11:15 for other things. Because at the moment, we really need to listen. We want to listen to the Madlanga Commission. It's very important at the moment. It's at a stage where it's very important with witnesses that we really want to hear from them, and we are pressed because some of us were not at we are not at liberty to watch TV and watch it on the TV. Can you kindly please help us in that regard, please, and use that slot for other things, but at the moment give us the Madlanga Commission. It's very important to us as the listeners because we want to listen to it. Thank you.
Good morning, Kathy. Listening to the witness at the Madlanga Commission today, I'm impressed. I'm impressed by how articulately she is. Her points, one coming after the other. If there are shenanigans, only the law in Cuban people will figure that out, like your Commissioner Ceci Baloyi and the others there. They will, but to me, she sounds good. She sounds like somebody who is there, who knows what she was doing, and I love the fact that she said she knew Kat Matlala and reported that to her boss, and she wanted to recuse herself from anything to do with that man. So this one, I think I'm going for her.
SAFM Kete Mohlahlana. Madlanga Commission is misfiring now. What they are doing is totally wrong. On the recommendation to the president, they have written there people who hasn't come to them, who has not been scrutinized by them. The current brigadier now is working in a quality control. Yes, but he hasn't been there. And witness F hasn't been there as well. But his name is there. So how come they are misfiring now? This is Willem Fundo from KZN.
Good morning, Sis Katie. No, Sis Katie, thank you very much. I would like to comment on the RDP houses. My mother has applied for that RDP house since 1994. Nothing has come through. Instead, when she goes to the offices, the last time they made her sign some papers, and they said to her those papers are subsidy papers. But when we check on the system, there is nothing, because there's a portal where you can check on using an ID number. There is nothing of that sort. So basically, we feel that it is a scam, because there's people who had applied after her. They have houses, but in our instance, she doesn't have anything. We go there every now and then to go and update and ask. There is nothing. Can you please assist us, Sis Katie, if possible, to call in someone who can be able to give us answers and direction where to go and get assistance? Thank you, Sis Katie. Enjoy your day.
Yes, Moshashekh, there's something that I don't understand at South African Police Service. Man, These people, if you check, hey, they are all promoted into high ranks, even if somebody has just worked, like started in 1994, for an example, but hey, they have high qualified ranks. But on the other hand, I'm not surprised because it's the very same subs who went astray to go fetch reappear somebody who never knew anything about police to be their general. So I'm not that much confused.
Am I correct?
That's correct.
What do you understand to be contract management in the context of this Medicare contract? What would constitute contract management?
My understanding of contract management, in SAPS you'll have one person that will be a contract manager of that specific contract. If we are having challenges that we cannot resolve with the service provider, then we'll have to escalate them to the level of a contract manager.
Okay, so where you say in paragraph 4, you would urge him to facilitate appointments. It's because you said it's because members were complaining. Yes. The CFO, the CEO, something you call them, environmental officers, were complaining. So you step in.
Yes.
And urge him to make appointments for members. That's what you say in your
That's
paragraph
correct,
4.
Commissioner.
And then you also say, you also urge him to pay his contracted service provider. That's his business. Why do you come into it? Why are you involved in an issue about Mr. Matlala's company paying his service providers?
Sometimes members of or members that are managing the contract or that are giving out authorization, because they knew the nature of my relationship with Mr. Matlala, they will call me and say, you know, we are struggling to get an appointment for divers with Dr. So-and-so, because Mr. Matlala have not yet paid them. Can't you talk to him and ask him to pay the service provider? Yes, indeed, I will, and urge him to pay the service provider.
And so from your description, what you've just explained now, this was not part of your functions to urge him to pay his service providers. You were doing it because people know you have a relationship with him, so as his girlfriend, you're talking to him to pay his service providers. It's not your responsibility.
That's correct,
That is correct. So at this point, you now have a relationship. You are back on with him when you now talk to him about paying his service contract, his service providers.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And then you say, and correcting him when numbers were not corresponding, which effectively qualified him to invoice lesser. This to me sounds like a purely finance function, not your monitoring, surveillance, and making sure that there is surveillance of your members. The discussion about invoices being corrected, I don't see how from how you have described your responsibilities, where it comes in that you're responsible to now look at invoices for correction, even if it means him being paid lesser. I don't see how that flows from your responsibilities. Yes, you may comment.
I was not correcting him for invoices. When medical surveillance have been attended by the members, there will be an attendance register which will be kept by the service provider as well as our ECO members. They will keep the attendance register. Sometimes the attendance register is not corresponding. His attendance register and our attendance register will not be corresponding.
Yes, what I'm saying is I don't see why that is part of your functions, that kind of engagement with Mr. Matlala, that you are the one that has to solve non-corresponding registers. Your ECO officers are responsible for this. They are the ones that know what appointments are being made. Just make me understand why and how that fits into your responsibilities relating to this contract.
If there are any fruitless expenditures regarding the medical surveillance, I'm the one that must account to the fruitless expenditure. And as much as possible, from my side, I was trying to avoid the fruitless expenditure. Reason being, when we started with medical surveillance in my environment, I received an email from She Management, Colonel Mogadi, who indicated that the environment that I am managing has a huge amount of fruitless expenditure due to non-attendance of members.
Okay, can I just stop you there? The point I'm trying to make is, can you see from the three things that you have listed that in fact this is contract management? You are managing now the day-to-day performance of this contract, because to urge him to facilitate appointments is to say to him, you are not performing, our members are not getting their appointments. Why that gets escalated to you, I think it's a different debate, but you say to him, comply with the contract. That's a management of a contract, at least that's what I'm suggesting to you. To pay his contracted service providers, I think this has absolutely nothing to do with you as an SAPS person who is the end user of the contract. This you were doing as his girlfriend because others have come and spoken to you. It had nothing to do with your responsibilities. And then correcting him where numbers were not corresponding, which effectively qualified him to invoice lesser. This is contract management. So when you say to Ms. Bowe, I wasn't responsible for contract management, officially, yes, maybe you were not, but you took on this function on this contract of managing the contract in the name of solving challenges, when in fact it is typical contract management. That's what I'm suggesting to you. You may comment if you want to.
From my side, Commissioner, I don't see it as contract management. I see it as stepping in whenever there are challenges. And in SAP's language, we understand contract management to be something else different. Hence, I indicated that I was not managing the contract.
Thank you. Thank you, Brigadier.
Brigadier, just to follow up on two aspects in relation to the answers you gave to Commissioner Baloyi. You mentioned that managers, so the actual contract managers, would then approach you to do ostensibly what they were supposed to do when they had issues with the contract. Do you accept that?
Yes.
So if you
not
were...
managers, but there's someone that is issuing authorization and doing payment as well. So whenever there are challenges of non-payment, and it's very urgent that the divers must attend their medical surveillance, she will call me and say, hey, we can't make appointments because Dr. So-and-so has not been paid. Can't you talk to him, at least prioritize this doctor so that our divers can conduct the medical surveillance?
Yes, I understand, Brigadier. I guess the question is, if that sounds like a management issue, why was that then not directed to managers if you are now saying that those people were indeed not managers? And then if you look at paragraph 14, right, where you talk about your disclosure to General Manamela, you say, I further asked if I could recuse myself from the responsibility of managing the medical surveillance and biological monitoring program. And so that sort of management didn't include actual contract management or the provision at least of those services that affected your environment.
That's correct.
Right. Thank you, Brigadier. And then if you look at paragraph 15, just to clarify, at the end of that sentence or that paragraph, you say, perhaps let me just read the whole paragraph. It must be noted that I was not part of the bid specification committee, bid evaluation committee, nor bid adjudication committee, and I was not aware of the service providers that submitted bids for the tender or any engagements with any previous health risk managers that were contracted by the SAPS. What do you mean by that? Are you solely limiting it for purposes of the procurement process?
I'm solely limiting it in the process of the specification of the contract, the evaluation, or the adjudication of the tender.
And I think this was a question that was posed by Commissioner Kumalo. As an end user, there wasn't a part that you were playing in the bid specifications behind the scenes, as end users would contribute to bid specifications as they are the receivers ultimately of the service. So
No,
there was
nothing.
no participation there.
Nothing. The part of the specification, it even started before I can arrive in that environment.
All right. Thank you, Brigadier.
Brigadier, in that paragraph 15, where you can read it together with 14, but I'm raising this in the context of what you say in 15. Is there any reason you don't say in your statement, at the time of the submission of the bid of Mr. Matlala, and at the time that the bid was awarded to him, or the tender was awarded to him, he and I were not in a relationship? Is there any reason you're not saying it that clearly?
Maybe it's the matter of English. For me, I see that I have already covered it. So maybe it's the matter of English and putting it the way you are saying, Commissioner.
No, it's not a matter of English and putting it the way I'm saying it. Nowhere in your statement do you say that. You tell us earlier on about your on and off relationship without saying that as at June 2024, we were not in a relationship. No, your statement doesn't say that. And my question is there, you clearly do see it's important. That's why you're telling us what you tell us in paragraph 14, and that's why you tell us what you're telling us in paragraph 15. It's because you know it is important to convey something that in fact, the fact of your relationship with him, whether on and off, you do know it's important for purposes of why you are here before us and for purposes of this contract. What is curious is, much as you know it is, you've decided it is important, nowhere in your statement do you say when he submitted the tender, which you don't know when, you've told us, and when it was awarded to him, he and I were not in a relationship at that time. You don't say that, and my question is there a reason you don't say it that clearly in your statement?
No, there's no reason, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, I'm going to move to the chat for purposes of questioning the witness alongside some of the statements that arise. So I think it may be easier to just remove the statement and put it alongside the chat. And for just purposes of orientation, because the chats are slightly different from those that we were looking at with witness F. Under tab 2, you will see that the chat box that is green would represent chats from Mr. Matlala, and that which is white or gray, depending on the level of your eyesight, will be those of Brigadier Macheng.
Ms. Bowe, perhaps for the record, you should say the source of these chats, from whose phone are they? If you were already going to do that, I do apologize for anticipating.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. The chats originate from the phone of Mr. Matlala and were extracted, both the WhatsApps and the metadata. So we were able to get copies of the chats as well as annexes to the chats that includes multimedia like videos or audio. Brigadier, you've had consideration and sight of the chats.
Yes.
And you are satisfied that these are the chats that you had with Mr. Matlala?
That's correct, I am.
Right. Thank you. Commissioners, I'd like to begin at page 2. Brigadier, you'll see there on the 15th of December 2024, you send a number to Mr. Matlala. Whose number is that?
Sorry, maybe
do you know?
Ms. Bowe, for completeness, maybe also give the timestamp, because there's quite a number of messages on the same day.
Yes, Commissioner, that is at 12:37.
This one, I tried to recall whose number is this, because I don't have it on my contact. Probably, maybe it was forwarded by someone while Mr. Matlala was looking for it. I don't know whose number is this.
And if you turn the page over, you'll see you then text Mr. Matlala at 15:04 on the same day. You say, did you find him? Apparently he changed his number. Does that help you recall?
I know he was looking for, after his phone was confiscated, he was looking for a number of quite a lot of people. I'm trying to recall, and I even dial it on Truecaller just to check whose number it is.
So we've done a check of the number. It's Captain Cartwright. Do you have any sense of why you would be
providing?
Sorry,
Ms. Bowe, you said it's what?
Captain Cartwright. CARTWRIGHT.
Thank you.
Do you have a sense of why you would be sharing Captain Cartwright's?
Or first, perhaps, do you know who that captain is?
I know him by surname. I've never met him personally. I just know the name Captain Cartwright.
And then please respond to Ms. Bowe's question.
Do you recall why you would be sending his number to Mr. Matlala?
No, I don't remember. He was looking for a number, and I got him the number.
Thank you, Brigadier.
When you asked for the number, he would have told you why. He's asking for a number of an SAPS person, a colleague of yours. So he would have told you why.
It's not always that when someone is looking for a number of a specific person, they will tell you why they are looking for that person. So in this instance, I don't know why he was looking for the captain. What I know is that on the 6th of December, when they took his phone, he lost a lot of contacts.
Yes, no. I understand that, and my question has nothing to do with that. My question is, when Mr. Matlala asks you for a number of your colleague, which you don't have on your phone, and so you don't just pass it on, you would have asked why, or he would have explained, I want the number, this number. You would have had to look it up on your subsystem. So you would know a bit about him, because you have to look it up. You are sharing police information or an employee's information, actually. You are sharing an employee's number with an outsider.
If
I expect he would have said to you, I want this number for this reason. 2, when you look it up on your system, you would know who it is. They are employed in this section. I would imagine that information would have been there available to you. So you would know more than just by name from looking him up. You would know this is where he's employed.
No, I don't have access to check where members are employed. But if it's Captain Cartwright, I know he's working at supply chain management. And he's one of the people that he signed. When he was going to sign the contract, he signed it with Captain Cartwright. Okay. What he was looking for, or what he wanted to discuss with Captain Cartwright, I really don't know, Commissioner.
Okay, but you now know, you knew just at looking him up, if you didn't know before, that this is someone in supply chain management. You came to know that.
No, after Ms. Powe mentioned Captain Cartwright, then I remembered to say Captain Cartwright is the one that was working in, or he's still there in supply chain. I'm not sure if he's still there.
Okay. Now you also say you tried, I mean, Ms. Powe seems to have had better luck than you, even though she's not in the SAPs, to locate who this number belongs to. When you say you tried, you even used Truecaller, are you saying you could not establish whose number this is?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Even when you called it?
No,
you
I
say
did
you
not
called
call
it.
it.
Oh.
What I do, I just check on Truecaller if it will show the name of the person. As I was writing my affidavit, some of the numbers, I will check them on my Truecaller, and it will give me the name of that specific person.
All right, I don't know how Truecaller works, but thank you. Thank you, Brigadier.
I can confirm, Commissioner Baloyi, that when I used my Truecaller this morning, that's how I discovered the name and then double-checked it with our IT.
Yeah. Brigadier just was not able to do the same. All right, thank you.
And then you'll see, then let's go to the next chat on still the 15th of December at 17:04. You text Mr. Matlala, you don't have money, ungthumele. And his response is, I don't have bank account. And you respond with Yane. I just wanted to understand in relation to this was just ordinary boyfriend-girlfriend talk.
That's correct.
And he also then indicates that he would be opening another account. Now, if you look at the next message on the 18th of December at 13:27, we won't get into it. You just send Mr. Matlala a correspondence that you received, and you asked him for assistance.
That's correct.
And again here, just to confirm, this was regular boyfriend-girlfriend request and interaction.
Yes, Commissioners, because previously I told him about this account that I was owing and could not settle the account. I told him in September 2023 because I had an incident in September 2023. It's a very traumatic incident which I do not want to divulge what happened there, but at the end of the day, my car was burned down. So, yeah. And because of this account, I have challenges in getting finance to buy a new car.
All right, Brigadier, you don't have to go into the specifics.
Ms. Bowe, at this very early stage, I want to test this idea of the Brigadier having been involved in a romantic relationship with Mr. Matlala. Brigadier, as romantically involved people, did you and Mr. Matlala have any terms of endearment like love, babe, hun, etc.?
Yes, Commissioner. I am not a romantic person. I'm not into calling people honey, love, or whatever, but I'll give you a pet name. So for him, I was calling him Mr. V, and from his side, he was calling me Diva. That's how we call each other.
I must say I've gone through all the chats. Well, people differ, but I find it very, very strange that you don't have or you don't use, not at all, any of the usual terms of endearment that some people, if not most people, use. I find it very strange. Do you wish to comment on that? I've gone through all, from page 3 all the way to the last one at page 49. Not once do you use any term of endearment, except as you say, you saying Mr.
V.
V, and he's saying Diva. Even those, even that Mr. V and that Diva, those are very few. Do you accept that there are very few?
I do accept.
If you go beyond 5, that would be quite a lot, actually. I doubt that you even reach 5. The same with him. Starting from December to, what's the date of the last one? It's the 25th of, it's the 13th of May, 2025. Very few, even of those, the Mr. V and the Diva, very few. Do you wish to comment on that?
Yes, Commissioner. I do accept that in writing, there will be very few of that. But when you look at our chairs, most of the time we will be talking through phone.
I've seen that.
Most of the time.
I've seen that there are lots of phone calls. But I will still say it's very strange that you would use these terms of endearment, the Mr. V and the Diva, if you are suggesting that you were using them during the calls. I would still find it strange that you would use them in the calls but not use them in texts. It's still the two people interacting, so it doesn't make sense to me that you would change, you would switch, or not relate in the same manner you do in phone calls.
Sometimes when someone is having a girlfriend, you avoid using those terms a lot because if maybe the girlfriend can get hold of the phone they will be able to read and see the discussions between two people. So in most of the time on our chat, we try to keep it professional.
But that can't be the answer if you say you ask for money from him because you were in a relationship. If saying love, hand, babe, or whatever, if you saw that as problematic for purposes of the wife, asking for money should equally have been problematic for the wife, if not worse. So your answer, again, doesn't make sense to me. It would actually be worse to ask for money, especially huge sums of money like we have here. Your comment?
I am not a romantic person.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you now about the point you make about it being problematic if the wife were to see terms of endearment. So now I'm saying, if you say that would have been problematic, in my view, it would actually have been worse for the wife to see texts in which you were asking for money. And not money for airtime or anything like that, but huge sums of money, hundreds of thousands of rand. Would that not have been worse than mere terms of endearment?
It will be, Commissioner.
So my question stands then. Or perhaps let me ask a different question or make a different comment and ask you to respond to that. To me, a huge doubt is cast upon this idea that you and Mr. Matlala had a romantic relationship. The very fact that you did not use any terms of endearment suggests to me that you were not romantically involved. What do you say?
I don't agree, Commissioner. People can go out and investigate around my circle, and my circle is very big. They will be able to confirm this relationship.
Why then are you not able to explain how you interacted, or why it is that you interacted in a manner that didn't show that you were romantically involved? Because the reason you gave does not make sense. And you basically admit that when you say it would be worse if the spouse were to see that you were asking for huge sums of money. So why is it, try to give a better response, why is it that you did not interact in a manner that showed that you were romantically involved?
Thank you, Commissioner. I still stick to the point that I am not a romantic person. In all my relationship, I don't use, I rather call someone Ntate Matlala. For me, it's romantic to be calling Ntate Matlala. Then maybe from his side, will be saying Mama Matlala. For me, it's romantic. And to cut most of the things short, we'll just say Mr. V, and then he'll go diva.
Let me just take you through a few. The first one that Ms. Powe has already referred you to says, oh yeah, the first one is you give him a cell number, and it's just that cell number, no text at all. And then the second one, also referred to by Ms. Powe, says, did you find him? Apparently he changed numbers. And then the next one, the date is 15 December 2024, timestamp 1704. You say you don't have money on Tumelle. Then the first one by him, I don't even have a bank account, and that's on the same date, same time basically. And your next one, Yane, same date, 1710. And his second text, I'm opening another account on Tuesday while they're busy investigating irregularities of funds in that one. Same date, 1713. I'll skip a letter from attorneys, that's at pages 3, 4, 5. And I go to the top of page 6. That's your next one. Where's the timestamp? It's cut there at the top. Let me see. Yes, it's at the bottom of page 5. It's on the 18th of December, 2024 at 13:28. You say, I'm in trouble now. These guys are on my case. Remember, I told you September. And then I'll skip a few and go to page 14.
14.
14, yes. And there you say, and it's the 23rd of January 2025, 12:03. And there you simply say, confirmed. The point I want to make about all these is that they sound businesslike. All of those that I've read sound businesslike. And in fact, I've gone through all the texts. All of them are like that, businesslike. I find it very strange that this is how people who are romantically involved would write to each other. Do you wish to comment?
Yes, Commissioner, as I have previously, my previous comment, to say that we will have our regular phone calls whereby we will talk our affairs, and on WhatsApp, like I said, I'm not a romantic person, so it will...
Would you be romantic during those phone calls? In terms of using terms of endearment, for example?
Sometimes, depending on...
But only using Mr. V, nothing else?
Yes, I only use Mr. V.
So that's what you mean by being romantic during the phone calls?
That's correct. But I'm also inviting the commission to investigate.
But please, just let's not get distracted. Please answer my question. My question was, do you agree that it is very strange that people who are romantically involved would talk in this business-like manner? Do you accept that or not?
I do not accept, Commissioner, because it will differ from one person to another.
Thank you, Ms. Bowen.
Brigadier, at that page 3 of these WhatsApp exchanges that the chair has gone through about requests for money, you then get to, you forward him, you forward Mr. Matlala at page 3 at the bottom, a letter to you, right?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And you do that on the 18th of December 2024. And then at page 6, you then say, I'm in trouble now, these guys are on my case. Remember I told you, September. So that these guys are on my case, you are referring to what is contained in that letter. It relates to that letter.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And I told you, September, it has to be September 2024.
2023.
Why 2023? Why do you say 2023?
I had an incident in September 2023 whereby my car was burned down. Yeah.
So these guys are after me. You're not referring to the people, to these attorneys who have sent you a letter?
I'm referring to the attorneys who has sent me this judgment. It was a judgment.
Yes.
I'm referring to it because this judgment I'm struggling to obtain vehicle finance because of this judgment.
Yes.
Unless I pay them, then I will be able to apply for vehicle finance.
Yes.
Hence,
so-
I'm saying I'm in trouble. Now these guys are on my case. Remember, I told you, September.
Yes. If these guys are the attorneys, then the guys who are after you, I told you September that these guys are after me, you must have been referring to this letter, these attorneys, not your incident.
Yes, I agree with you, Commissioner. When I'm saying I'm in trouble, these guys are after me.
Yes.
I mean this letter.
Yes.
But when I say I told you September,
Yes.
I told him September that I'm struggling to buy a car
Yes.
because of this account. By then, there was no judgment on my name. Now, they went on to get a judgment for this account.
Yes, they get a judgment in October.
Yes.
In October.
Yes, Commissioner.
And it's, I'm saying to you, according to this text, and my reading of it is, you would have told him in September about this judgment. That makes sense. It doesn't make sense that you would send a text which has an attorney's letter that has a judgment taken in August 2024, and then you say, I told you September, and that's all you say, and you are referring to September 2023 when you are attaching an attorney's letter that is in August. Let me just express it again. This is a judgment is taken in August 2024,
Yes.
right? So we know that you get this letter after the judgment is taken, because the
correct.
letter refers to a judgment. It's in August 2024. Then you send a text, you send that same letter, and you send a letter that says, I told you September, and I'm suggesting to you that the September you are referring to is in 2024. You told him about this judgment in September 2024, not 2023.
I do not agree, Commissioner. Reason being, once you get a judgment, or once there's a judgment on your name, you are not being informed immediately that there's a judgment on your name. The first time that they sent me a message to say there's a judgment on your name, it was on this date.
Yes. The point, actually, the more important point I seek to make, Brigadier, is you're asking him for money in December, and you're showing him that you need to pay. That's why you're sending him this letter.
That's correct.
I've got this letter, there's a judgment against me, and I need to make payment. And that follows on that sequence of requests for payment from him, from you to him, right? Is that, you agree
That's
with that?
correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, and the point I wanted to make about it is, well, if you told him in September 2024, then we know that your relationship had started in 2024 September, and I think that's why you're saying 2023. You're avoiding, conceding that, in fact, having told General Manamela in June about your relationship, which you say was off at that time, because that's what you tell us. You say your relationship was off in June 2024. In fact, in September 2024, your relationship is back on, and that is consistent with an earlier answer to Commissioner Kumalo, that your relationship started towards the late 2024. So in September 2024, you are now back in a relationship with Mr. Matlala. You're talking to him, and that's when you tell him that these guys are after you. You accept that?
Commissioner, it might be that in September 2024, our relationship was already on, or it started in September 2024. Okay. But when I say I told you September, I'm referring to September 2023, after my car was burned down and I could not get a car.
Okay. I just wanted to establish that we are on the same page, that by September your relationship was you say it's possible, but I wanted to put it higher than that by September 2024, your relationship was back on track. And the important point I want to make about it is that from the time you told General Manamela about your relationship, and you say to us it was off at the time. That's why you didn't know he had been awarded. In fact, not too much time passed between the June award of the tender, on your version, the June award of the tender, and when you are back on. We know that latest in September, you are back in a relationship with Mr. Matlala. That's the point I'm making. So it's barely 3 months in there somewhere.
It might be that we were back together, or we were in a process of fixing our relationship.
All right. Thank you, Brigadier. Thanks, Ms. Bob. Before we move on, I think you were answering a question of the chair, and you spoke about your relationship was known to people close to your circle. You
That's
remember
correct,
you also say
Commissioner.
that in the statement. What does it mean? I mean, I don't know what it means. Who are the people close to your circle? Are you talking your family? Are you talking your friends? Are you talking your colleagues?
It's
What does that
family,
mean?
it's family, it's friends. Some of my colleagues will know.
Did that include General Patlane as people who knew about
That's
your
correct.
relationship? He knew about your relationship.
That's correct, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Brigadier, then if we can go to, again, still on page 6, there's an exchange of calls that we won't go through, but on the 20th of December 2024 at 18:33, you send him a contact card, giving him the details of one General Tim. Is that correct? That is the contact details of General Tim.
Ms. Bowe, we really have to strain our ears. Can you please try to...
Oh, my apologies.
Yes.
Maybe bring the mic closer to you.
Yes, the contact details of General Tema.
That's correct. He called me and requested that I forward him the contact details of General Tema. And because by then he lost a lot of contact, and I know that he knew General Tema, and he previously had the contact of General Tema, I then forwarded him her contacts.
And Brigadier, you say that you knew that he knew General Tema. Maybe to start here, what environment is General Tema?
General Tema has resigned, but previously, when she was in the organization, she was the head of basic police training.
Basic?
Basic police training.
Police training?
Yes.
All right, and you knew that he had her number?
Yes.
And this is why you provided it?
That's correct, Commissioners.
And just to say that you said in your earlier testimony that the reason why you provide contact details of SABC members is because he lost his cell phone and he couldn't access their numbers on ongoing correspondence because he's a contractor and I imagine frequently would be talking to these individuals.
I think after losing or after the phone was confiscated, he changed the numbers and used a different number. So the number that we are communicating from December, it was his new number.
I suppose my question is simply, couldn't he have gotten it through his emails? Most SAPS employees in their email signatures, they put both the official and cell number. Is there a reason why he frequently asked you for these numbers?
General Tema was not in the organization by then, and he will see me spending much time with General Tema through the WhatsApp status, photos, and she liked posting on Facebook as well as on Facebook.
So in this context, he was asking for the number because she's your friend?
That's correct.
Right.
Not really a friend. She's
acquaintance.
Yeah, she's older than me. But yeah, we do see each other as time permits.
An acquaintance.
Yeah, proper English acquaintance.
And then let's move to, oh, my apologies. Did you ask at that point why he required the number of General Tema?
No, I did not, because I know that previously they were in contact. And because he lost most of his contacts, I just forwarded him the number.
Thank you, Brigadier. And then if we could turn to, there's a series of calls that then follow since then, so we're not going to go through those calls. But if you turn to page 9, and Commissioners, just to make sure that you have regard to a statement in particular, paragraph 45. Brigadier, you'll see there on the 10th of January 2025 at 10:46. Perhaps maybe the best place to start is that there's a call that you make to Mr. Matlala at 9:31 on that day. Thereafter, Mr. Matlala responds at 10:46 with morning. Please send me account number, not yours please. Sorry, was busy with Paulfin. They only paid 30% of the invoice. You see that?
That's correct, I see it.
And then you respond at 11:25 by saying good morning, morning, Mr. V, and you provide then a account number of Osizweni Meat Hyper.
That's correct.
Let me just... And then you, at 16:03, I just want to cover the text for this day. You respond and say, did you do it? I need to pay and send proof of payment today.
That's correct.
And then this is followed by 2 calls on this day, right? So that's just the 10th. I'll stop there for now. Now, you start there, Mr. Matlala at that point at 10:46 requests for you to send an account number that is not yours. And this was to send you money. This was to send you money.
Yes, that's correct.
And this is confirmed by what you say at paragraph 45 of your statement.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And please explain why did he want you to use an account number that was not yours?
Yes, I did ask him why he wants an account number that is not mine, because I knew that Mr. Matlala have my account, my bank account details. Then he said to me, no, you see, I don't want the wife to find out that I'm giving you money, gifts, and whatever. And furthermore, he says now that he has a contract in SAPS, it will end up looking like gratification.
Okay, and when he then says this to you, what is your response?
I understood the reasons that he provided me.
And did you think these reasons were sound to engage in this sort of transaction?
Yes.
That it would be okay? Did you think it would be okay?
As my boyfriend, I didn't see anything wrong with it.
Brigadier, when did you ask him for the reasons before you gave him the bank account details of Esizweni?
No, I gave him, but we previously spoke about it. And I could understand the reasons why he wanted a different account number than mine.
When you say previously, what do you mean? We have a WhatsApp message where for the first time, he's asking you to give him an account number, which is not yours, please. That's what he does at 10:46. And then at 11:25, you send him this details of this bank account that he's asking for. Now, clearly, if you had a call in between, it would show here on this trail, because that's the order of these WhatsApp message of what we have in front of us. Now we know from this that there was no telephone call between you and him after he requested and when you gave him this. Hence my question, when would you have had that discussion before he asked you to give him a bank account other than yours?
That will be before he asked for the account number during our calls or during our visits, whereby he was showing me or he was saying to me, I will no longer transfer money into your direct bank account because of the following reasons.
So if you had that discussion, why would he say to you at 10:46, not yours, please? Because you've already discussed it. You've already agreed. He's told you in advance. You have understood the reason. Why would he at 10:46 say to you, not yours, please, if you knew and understood that you are not to give him your account number?
I don't know, Commissioner. Maybe it's a reminder. He's reminding me not to give him my account number.
No, let me suggest to you that it's not true that you had discussed it before he sent you this message. It's not true. You hadn't discussed it at all. If you had discussed it, he wouldn't tell you. He wouldn't need to tell you, don't send me yours. And the reason he's doing that, it is because you don't know not to send him yours. So what you're saying there now is it's not true.
I don't agree, Commissioner. We had a discussion before regarding this matter. Even when I was sending him the statement of the judgment, we also had this discussion.
Okay, no, but the record doesn't bear that out. Unless you have a recording, the record that we have here and my interpretation of it is it doesn't bear that out. What it tells me is that at 10:46 he asks you for a bank account which is not yours. There is no discussion between you, according to the record that is in front of us. There's no discussion between you, the two of you, and then you give him an account number which is not yours. So there was no discussion, at least on the face of this. Thank you, Ms. Boy.
Brigadier, then let's turn to the reasons that you say Mr. Matlala gave you. The first reason is that he didn't want his wife to find out about your relationship, gifts and monies, because she knows me only as a friend. That is paragraph 45.1. If you can then turn to, it's the annexures section of the file, so tab 3, the last tab at page 92. You noted earlier in your answer that Mr. Matlala used to send you money directly to your account. Do you see those transactions there, and can you confirm if that is your account?
That's correct. I can confirm.
And you see over that period, Mr. Matlala was sending you money directly to your account.
That's correct.
Would that not have triggered his wife?
No, I think by then he has not met the other one, the latest one. With the previous one, yeah, he could send money directly into my account.
So your understanding is with the previous wife, he could send, there was no problem.
Yes.
This issue only arose with the
With the current one.
The current one.
That's correct.
And by the current one, you mean?
The current one that he's serving now.
Ms. Bowe, can I just understand, you say what does page 31 represent?
My apologies.
The top part represent into Brigadier Macheng's account.
92.
At 92. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so in that account, the brigadier is confirmed to be hers. Okay, so this concern only arose with the latest wife, the current
Yes.
wife, sorry.
That's correct.
My phrasing. And then the second reason that he provides is that he doesn't want SAPS to know and to jeopardize your career.
That's correct.
Okay. And so you then agreed, no, actually you do agree to use this separate account.
That's correct.
The account that you provided, if you go to page 91, you confirm that that was the account that you provided at the top.
I confirm.
And just to orientate everyone, the top part is the transactions from one of Mr. Matlala's account to the account number that was provided by Brigadier Majeng, and the bottom one is the contra account, being the account of Osizweni Meat Market.
And the first one, the Luxo Africa, that's the company, Mr. Matlala's company.
Yes.
And I think it's the same company, the bearer or owner of the card that was referred to during the testimony of...
Witness F.
Yes, all right, thank you.
Yes, it's the very same account.
Ms. Bowe, the heading, the first heading, it says into Brigadier Macheng's bank account, and you've got an account number. And then the second one, it's Osizweni's bank account, and it's the same number. Is there not an error somewhere? The first heading?
Yes, it was represented as Brigadier Majeng's bank account number, but it really should be the account number
Osizweni.
given by, which is
The account of
Osizweni.
Osizweni.
Yes, the account that was used to pay into that account would be the one that's in the table itself.
Yes, I understand that part. Yes, thank you.
And then, Brigadier, is that then the amount of money that was then sent to you through that account?
Is the amount that was sent by Mr. Matlala through this account, but unfortunately, I never benefited from this money because Mr. Matlala was owing Osizweni Mid-Hyper the money. On the first one, the lady just totally refused to give me the money. She said she can't give me the money if Mr. Matlala is owing her.
Maybe before we get into that, if you go to 445.3, you say there that you used that account because of your friend who owns a butchery.
That's correct.
So did you have an understanding with her before the money came in that you would be using her account for this purpose?
Yes, we had.
And at the point that the money was paid, she then refused to give you the money on account of Mr. Matlala's death?
That's correct.
Okay, then maybe to understand that, let's go back into the chats. In particular, if you look at the correspondence, let's start at page 9 at 1603 on the 10th of Jan.
Are you going to be coming back to the bank statements, Ms. Bowen?
Yes.
At 91. At 91.
Yes, it was just to deal with the claim that she never benefited, and rather that.
All right,
yeah.
okay. Oh, you are dealing with that?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
At page 9. My apologies. If you look at 1603, you say, did you do it? I need to pay and send proof of payment today. Over the page, at page 10, at 10:51, so this is the following day, 11 Jan 2025, you say, I spoke to Mudieri and she didn't receive it. Given my desperate situation, I thought you will gladly assist me. I guess once more, I don't deserve to be assisted by you. It's okay. He responds at 10:53, what you mean, Diva? And 10:53, he says, they made payment in front of me. I don't know why you saying such things. That money is going to reflect it, so we can please be patient. And then there's a call, and then on the following day, on the 12th of Jan at 18:10, he says, please ask your friend to check the balance. I just got notification that the transaction went through. And you respond at 18:15, yes, got it, thank you very much, and apologies. So from this exchange, it doesn't seem that you didn't get the money as intended.
No, the money went into the bank account of Osizweni Butcher, and the owner confirmed that she did receive the money, or the money is in her account.
So are you suggesting that when you say to him, yes, got it, thank you very much, you meant you had just confirmed with your friend that the money is in her account?
That's correct.
And then, did you then say to him at any point that this money didn't get to me?
Yes, I did.
And this wasn't, I guess, in any of, it's not in the text?
Yeah, it's not on the text, but I did say to him that Mudieri has been complaining that you are owing her a lot of money and she's not going to give me that money.
Okay, and if you look at the text that you write to him just before that, I guess you say, I spoke to Mudieri, you see that text on page 10.
Yes, I see it.
It seems as if you would have spoken to Mudieri, and who confirms that the money hasn't been received, but it doesn't seem like Mudieri would be a hurdle.
It could be, sorry?
From the way the text is written, it seems that you spoke to Mudieri, who then responded to you and said the money hasn't been received yet, right?
That's correct.
And from that, it doesn't seem like Mudieri was a hurdle. It seems like Mudieri was somebody who was going to give you the money. At what point does then Mudiegi become the person who doesn't give you the money?
That's correct, because for me, I saw it that maybe she was playing me so that the money can be paid in order for her to keep the money so that the debt can be paid through that money.
All right, I want to...
No, Brigadier. Page 10, the bottom email, you say, yes, got it. Thank you very much, and apologies. And you have an emoji of hands that ordinarily I used to say thank you. At this point, Mudiegi has told you the money has come in. And if she had told you you're not getting the money, you would have said it here, and you would not have apologized because you don't have the money.
No, I said, yes, got it, she got it. Thank you very much, and apologies.
No, you didn't say yes, she got it. You said yes, got it.
Yeah,
yes, so you got the money. Let me finish. You got the money, 1. 2, you thank Mr. Matlala for the money. 3, you apologize for the tantrum that you threw earlier on about this. All of that is inconsistent with Mudiegi having just said to you, yes, I've got the money, but I'm keeping it. Or even just saying, I've got the money. It's inconsistent, whatever explanation you seek to give us now. These documents, this WhatsApp exchanges, is inconsistent with your explanation.
She confirmed that she got the money, Commissioner, and I thanked Mr. Matlala for transferring the money. But when I went to her so that she can transfer the money, she just totally refused.
And did you go back to Mr. Matlala to say, I'm still in trouble financially? Give me that 300,000 rands that you gave me, because you still have these people that are chasing you.
Yes, I did.
Did he give you?
No, he didn't.
Okay. Let me tell you what it suggests. Let me suggest to you what this is. In fact, it's not even a suggestion. Your WhatsApp message doesn't say, yes, she got it. You are now inserting she in a WhatsApp message where you are saying you've got it. You say, got it. You're not saying, Mudiegi got it. You say, yes, got it. Any reader of this WhatsApp message, except you, will understand it to mean you have the money. That's what you're telling him, that I now have the money. And any reader will understand this WhatsApp message to say you are thanking him very much because you have the money. You are no longer under the pressure that you were earlier on in the early WhatsApp messages. And any reader will say, you are apologizing because now you have the money. You were pressuring him, now you have the money. Your explanation just doesn't accord with this WhatsApp message, and it cannot be true.
Can I respond?
Yes, you can if you want to.
Okay, Commissioner, if you look at the message above this one, he's saying, please ask your friend to check her balance. That's him. He says, please ask your friend to check the balance. Then my response says, yes, got it.
Yes.
I'm responding to the question or to the request of check your friend if he got, she must check her balance. I'm responding to ask your friend.
Yeah, well, you've had my view about it. I read your text word for word, the way it is. It doesn't say, yes, she's got it. It says, yes, got it, thank you, and I apologize. Thank you, Ms. Bob.
Brigadier, staying in this line of questioning, if you go to, and I don't mean to deal with all three transactions now, but I fear we have to. If you go to page 24.
24.
Oh, sorry, my apologies of the chats.
Advocate
Of the chats.
Page
24.
Thank you.
Just to make sure that we don't steal your thunder, I want to ask questions about this conversation with Mudiegi. But if you are going to ask about it, I would rather leave it to you.
Commissioner Kumalo, what I wanted to show was the implausibility of Brigadier's response to the line of questioning that Commissioner Baloyi just engaged in. Just one tiny simple point. If you have regard to page 24, correct, which is a proof of payment of 100,000 sent to the account that you provided to Mr. Matlala, and Mr. Matlala provides you with this proof of payment on the 4th of February at 13:10. If it was correct that after Mudieri refused to give you the first 100,000 that was sent or received on the 12th of Jan, by this stage, Mr. Matlala would know that you don't get the money when he sends it through this Osizweni meat market. Why would he send the next 100,000 through that same account and send you the proof of payment?
He sent it to Osizweni Butcher to pay his debt. And even on the third one, he was paying the money that he's owing Mudieri. But he will send a proof of payment for me so that I can inform Mudieri that the money has been paid into his account.
Brigadier, if you look at the message that follows just after the proof of payment is sent, and Mr. Matlala then says, I will calm you, still fighting with Udire and the lawyers. I don't understand your answer when you say he's sending you the proof of payment so that you can communicate that to Mudieri, yet he's clearly saying here that he's calming you.
I think he wanted to say, I will call you, still fighting with Udire and the lawyers.
Why is Mr. Matlala sending you this proof of payment as opposed to sending it to Mudieri?
I don't know.
You
I don't know.
cannot-
Maybe it's because
You cannot not know. They have a business relationship, according to you, in terms of which Mr. Matlala buys meat that runs into hundreds of thousands. You said, what, 300,000 and something?
Yes, that's correct.
So
Commissioner.
they have a direct relationship. Why should you be the conduit when it comes to Mr. Matlala proving that he has made payments? Doesn't make sense at all. Why must you suddenly be the conduit? They have an existing business relationship. Mr. Matlala buys the meat there directly without your involvement. Is it so that that's without your involvement?
That's correct.
So why now, when he pays his debts, does he have to give the proof of payment to you for you to forward to Osizweni? Doesn't make sense, Brigadier. Think of something better than that.
In most of the time, when I will have queried him to pay his debts, he will pay them and send me a proof of payment to say, I've honored my debts.
I will tell you why you are saying this. Commissioner Baloyi engaged you on you saying you got it, thank you very much, and then the thank you emojis as well. And you said you actually did not get the money. Now you foresee, having gone through the bank's statements, you foresee that you are going to be questioned by the evidence leaders and possibly the commissioners as well on why there would have been a payment in January of 2025, there would have been a payment in April of 2025, there would have been another payment on in March of 2025, all of which are 100,000 rand each. So you foresee that it does not make sense for Mr. Matlala to continue paying into this account when you actually do not receive the payments, and you come up with this story that he owed money to Osizweni. That is what is happening here, and we see through it, Brigadier. We see right through it. Your comment?
It's not a story, Commissioner. Indeed, he owed Osizweni Butcher the money.
And why do you suddenly become an agent in all of that when they have been dealing with each other without your involvement? Why do you suddenly become an agent?
I was not an agent, and I think the Osizweni Butcher, the lady, she was not the only person that I assisted to get Mr. Matlala to pay them.
And
even where
why was that your business? You should have actually been mad with Osizweni that they took away 800,000 rand that you would have used to pay in respect of your car that got burnt down. You would have been mad with Osizweni. Why it should have been your business to see to it that they are paid escapes me.
I think I have a way of talking to him so that he can honor.
But why was it your business to do that?
I felt sorry for the lady because she has a good heart. Mr. Matlala is owing her, and he's been owing her for quite a number of years.
You have said that the 100,000 rand was paid so that you could make a payment in respect of your car that was bent down, and because now you were being chased by attorneys, and you said this was by no means a gratification in the sense of corruption/bribery. I will suggest to you that a plausible explanation for these payments, 300,000 rand on what we see, was actually what you say they were not. That is, the payments were not. Is that not the plausible explanation? Because otherwise, what you say does not make sense. In particular, why do you become a conduit for Osizweni when Mr. Matlala was dealing directly with that business? So the plausible explanation for me was that this was actually a gratification, or at least, to soften it, indications are that it was a gratification. And you would then assist him in whatever way you could in respect of the contract. What's your comment?
Commissioners, I don't disagree that the money was meant for me. And I don't disagree that I'm the one who requested the money. But at the end of the day...
when you say the money, I refer to 300,000 rand. So when you say the money was intended for you, you are referring to the 300,000 rand?
No, I'm referring to the 100,000.
Okay, continue about the plausibility of what I'm positing to you. Please comment on that.
The 100,000, even though it was meant for me, at the end of the day, I never received that money due to the debt that Matlala had with Osizweni Butcher.
And then for the remaining part of the debt, you suddenly become the conduit for the payment of that debt.
I think it was only the next one.
Just the one.
Yeah.
Just the one Municipal referred you to.
Yes.
I will leave it because I've already asked you questions around why you suddenly became a conduit in that regard.
Can I, just to make sure, Brigadier, that I understand your evidence, are you admitting that you received the second 100,000 that was paid in February and you received the March one? Or are you saying Mudiekhe took all of this money?
All three of them I never received.
Okay. And so the January one, because you asked Mr. Matlala the first time, at least that we can see, not ask actually. He says to you on the 12th of January, please ask your friend to check a balance. I just got notification that the transaction went through. That's Mr. Matlala to you at 18:10. And then at 18:15 on the 12th of January, you say, yes, got it, thank you very much, and apologies. You say you never received that 100,000 rands, because on this schedule on page 91, there's a transaction from Mr. Matlala to Osizweni between the 12th and the 13th of January. So we know it has to do with that WhatsApp message that I just read now, right?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And you say you never received that 100,000 rands?
I never received it.
And you told Mr. Matlala?
Yes, I did.
Okay, that Mudiekhe has kept the money?
Yes.
Okay. Why would you have him pay the next amount in February? You've told us in your statement that he owed her 338. You've made a point of correcting so that, and it fits in perfectly with his payments. You made a point of correcting that it's 338,000, not 38,000. Now, if Mudiekhe kept, so you knew how much he owed her, 338. If Mudiekhe keeps the first 100, why would you have Mr. Matlala pay into the same account the second 100?
Because I wanted her to pay his debt. He was owing quite a lot of people, and in most of the instances, I will intervene.
No, this is money meant for you, which you never got. So what do you mean you wanted him to pay his debts? This is your money. It's coming to you. It's supposed to come to you in February. It's not Mudiekhe's money. It's not Mr. Matlala settling a debt, at least not to other people, maybe to you. But we know that this is money meant for you in February. But Mudiekhe has already kept your January money. Why would you still have Mr. Matlala pay into Mudiekhe's account when you know that he owes her and Mudiekhe keeps the money? Why would you do that? It's not normal human conduct that when they've kept your money, you say, oh, to Mr. Matlala, pay again into that same account, where I know and I expect you will do exactly the same thing.
I never said to him he must pay again to that account, and I never requested the February and the March money. He paid it into that account, knowing very well that he's owing Osizweni.
Yes, I'm sorry, can you just make it make sense, please? You see, so you say the money at page 91 was meant for you, right? All of it, those 100,000 rands.
No, the first one, only the first one.
I thought you accepted that even the February was meant for you.
No, it was not for me.
And the third one?
It was not for me.
Okay, so you know that he was paying Mudiekhe. You knew that. It wasn't your money. He wasn't helping you.
I knew that he was paying his debt to Osizweni Butcher. But the first money is the one that was meant for me.
So the second and third were not meant for you?
They were not meant for me.
Okay. And so at page 24, where he sends you proof of payment for February, you say why he sent you that proof of payment?
He sent me a proof of payment to show that he's paying his debt from Mudiege.
Okay. Why did he need to show you that he's paying Mudiege?
Because most of the time I will urge him to pay the people that he's owing. I will urge him to pay the service providers. I will also urge him to pay the doctors. And he will call me back to say, I have paid so and so, or either send me a proof of payment to say we already did as a company.
Well, Brigadier, maybe let me, in fairness to you, say to you that I do not believe you for what it matters. I think you're not being honest with us about this payments and this Mudiege issues. These are monies that were meant for you. These are monies that you received. And when Mr. Matlala sends you proof of payment on page 24, it is to confirm to you that I have paid. The money is in that account. When you say, got it, thank you, apologies, it's all money meant for you. What you're telling us now and trying to explain away these payments as money is owed to Mudiege, that's not true. In fact, it is false. I want to put that to you. You can comment if you want to.
No, I'm not going to comment, Commissioner.
Advocate Paul, let me deal with my questions now because they follow from what has been asked. Brigadier, you were good friends with Mudiege, correct?
That's correct.
And before you gave Mr. Matlala this account number, you must have told Mudiege that you are in a desperate situation and you desperately need money, correct?
That's correct.
So she was aware of your desperate situation.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And a good friend that she is would have understood that you need this money.
Sometimes they say money can come between friends.
Yeah. And the fact that you kept inquiring means you were desperate. You wouldn't even wait for Monday because Mr. Matlala even says to you, wait, it's a weekend, be patient. That's how desperate you were. Correct?
Not that desperate, because already I was paying that money on a monthly basis from my salary.
Yes.
But now, the frustration that I had with him is that here we are once again. He promised me money, he's not delivering. And it was not the first time that it happens that he will promise me something and he doesn't deliver. And we will stop talking to each other.
This is what I find difficult to believe, that a friend of yours, knowing that you are desperate for this money because you want to settle a judgment debt, would take advantage of you and use the money for her own benefit and not care that you desperately needed this money. I find that hard to believe.
From my side, I understood her situation, because if you are owed money for a long period, now the person that is owing you, he's paying the money which is meant for another person. I will also keep the money.
Now,
despite my friend's situation.
Did you continue to become good friends with Mudiege after this incident?
No, we didn't.
The friendship ended?
It did not end, but it was no longer a nice relationship, friendship.
Now, if what you are saying about the first payment is correct, the normal reaction as chair put to you would have been to tell Mr. Matlala, I don't care about Mudiege anymore. Don't even pay her what you owe her. She's a bad person. That's the normal reaction, that she's a thief. She stole my money. She's not a loyal friend. She knew about my desperate situation. She took advantage of it. Whatever you owe her, don't pay her anymore. Let her sue you for it, but I don't care about her anymore. That would have been the normal reaction.
It will be unfair of me to react in that manner, knowing Mudiege's situation very well. And again, knowing how Mr. Matlala is always assisting people when they have funerals, he will go there or he will send people to go and collect the funeral packs from Mudiegi. So if I say don't pay money anymore, then the people of the community will not be assisted.
Last question. If we were to call Mudiegi to this commission and ask her about these payments, and if she confirms that you did get the payments, what should this commission do with your evidence on this point and the rest of your evidence? Remember, I qualified it with if. If we call Mudiegi to come and give evidence and she confirms that you got these payments, what should this commission do with your evidence on this point and on all the other issues?
I guess I must be charged because I lied under oath.
I'm glad you understand that.
Can I just check this with you? You say to Commissioner Kumalo that the relationship with Mudiegi has ended because the money has come between you two, right?
It's not ended.
It's no longer good. Yes, it's no longer good. So, before, when you gave Mr. Matlala Mudiegi's number, or Sizweni Butchery's bank account details, you had a good relationship at that point.
That's correct,
okay.
Commissioner.
Then he pays the 100,000 rands that is meant for you.
That's correct, Commissioner.
You don't get it.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And your relationship continues to be good.
Not good.
Sorry, say that?
Not good.
Okay. So if at that point she's taken your money and the relationship is not good, how do you go to Mr. Matlala and say, pay Mudiegi her money that you owe her? When your relationship is no longer good, she's kept your money. You now go to him and say, you know what, pay her, you owe her. How do you do that, and why should we believe that happened?
I never went to him and say, pay Mudiegi the money that you owe her after she kept my money. I just indicated to him that you are owing Mudiegi a lot of money and she doesn't want to give me that money. Please make sure that you pay her the money. And like I'm saying, Commissioner, I have intervened in a lot of people that Mr. Matlala
No,
was
don't tell
owing.
me, no, please don't tell me about other people. I'm interested in the story that you have told us. Remember, you've already told us something, so I'm really interested in just that story. And I'm interested in it because it does not make sense that your friend keeps your money. Remember, you are desperate. You are very desperate. And that's why you are harassing. Harassing is my word. I'm not meaning it in a negative way. But you apologize eventually because you appreciate that your conduct towards him about this money was quite forceful. So you're desperate for this money because you are running, these guys are chasing you. Your friend gives you a bank account for you to receive payment. She keeps the money. Your friendship, as one would expect, your friendship, if someone has kept my money, I would react like you immediately. My friendship with them gets affected immediately. What I don't understand is after that, how are you still the same person?
Ulufelo, therefore. Police say they're investigating an incident in which there was an attempted hit on a person implicated at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. They have identified him as Viandre Pretorius. He's reported to be linked to the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department. Preliminary information suggests that deceased witness D. Marius van der Merwe mentioned Pretorius during his testimony. Pretorius is said to be among several people currently under investigation in connection with the shooting death of Van der Merwe in Brakpan, east of Johannesburg in December last year. Gauteng Police Commissioner Tommy Mtombeni was speaking to the media outside the home of Pretorius in Boksburg.
We can confirm that this morning the victim was moving from a garage to the address where he stays. There was a vehicle which moved towards his vehicle as he was stopping in front of the gate. And suddenly this particular vehicle started shooting, and then he hid. Based on our observation, there are 16 bullets, around the vehicle. And he was not harmed, and suddenly that vehicle speed off.
Subsection Head of Quality Management, Rachel Macheng, says she never suspected anything untoward about how alleged cartel kingpin Vusmusi Ket Matlala ran his businesses. Macheng, who is testifying before the commission, earlier admitted to being in a romantic relationship with Matlala since 2017. She's also denied having any involvement in awarding him the 360 million rand substandard. Macheng has sought to paint a positive picture of Matlala's character.
While we were in a relationship, in my own knowledge, he was never arrested nor convicted of any criminal offense, which will have made me doubt or think that he's engaged in any criminal activities. I have never experienced any evil side which is being portrayed currently, and I know him as a humble, respectful, and a romantic person.
Former KwaZulu-Natal Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Muiponi Noko, is set to continue to testify before the Nkabinde inquiry in Pretoria.
That you are now being paid suggests that there may well have been a
Prosecutions, Advocate Andrew Chauke's fitness to hold office. Yesterday, Noko said she was accused of being captured for pursuing racketeering charges against members of the Keto Manor Police Unit that allegedly killed 28 suspects.
Ballistic experts in most of these murder cases indicated, for instance, where the accused persons created an impression that the deceased shot at them from inside the car, that the car's windows were closed and no indication that shots were fired through the closed windows from the inside. In other cases, some deceased were shot from the back whilst lying down or in a sleeping position. Some were shot at while in a sitting position and the shooter in a standing position. All this is established by ballistic analysis.
Alleged crime kingpin Katiso Molefe's case has been postponed to the 12th of next month in the High Court in Johannesburg. The aim of the postponement is to allow the state and defence to finalise pre-trial matters. Molefe and 3 co-accused appeared briefly in court this morning. They are facing 35 charges including murder and unlawful possession of firearms and ammunition. Molefe is accused of orchestrating the shooting dead of Obasifoka, popularly known as DJ Somebody, in Woodmead in November 2022. Earlier, the state said forensic evidence linked guns used to kill DJ Somebody to several other high-profile killings, including those of Hector Buthelezi, also known as DJ Vinters, Don Tindleni, and Amon Swart. Judge Tiperi Mbiru Mudau says Molefe's co-accused will remain in custody.
Mr. Molefe, I'm addressing you. Did you hear what I said?
Yes, I responded.
The date being the 12th of March 2026, I said your bail is extended on the same terms upon which you were released on bail. Did you hear that part?
Yes.
Don't nod your head. Did you hear that part?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. The rest of the accused remain in custody until then.
And finally, further afield, the Trump administration is increasing efforts to secure U.S. supplies of critical minerals. It has called on dozens of countries to join Washington in a preferential trade zone. The EU and Japan have announced a strategic partnership with the U.S. regarding supply chains. Speaking in Washington, Japan's Foreign Affairs Minister Iwao Hori outlined the bloc's importance.
Any supply chain disruption would bring significant impact on the global economy. We should work together to address this challenge. To prevent such supply chain disruptions, the key is to diversify supply sources, including the refining and processing of geographically concentrated critical minerals.
The top story at 1 back home, police say they are investigating an incident in which there was an attempted hit on a person implicated at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. Headlines at 1:30 or when it happens. For SAFM News, I'm Kolofelo Defo.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
There are routines we all love. Morning and night skincare routines, exercise routines, even new routines like meal prep, journaling, and chemo. That last one hit differently, didn't it? The truth is, Over 99% of cervical cancer cases are linked to the human papillomavirus. So if you're a woman between 15 and 44, act now. Ask your healthcare provider about the HPV vaccine. This message was brought to you by MSD.
The Railmen believe a win is more special when defeating giants. Yet Masandawana are confident they are wearing the right boots to triumph on foreign soil. This is the CAF Champions League. Catch FC St. Eloy Lupopo up against Mamelodi Sundowns this Sunday 8 February at 2:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable. You receive up to 745,000 Rand worth of legal services per year. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Alrighty. You're catching me off guard. We were enjoying the launch of SABC's new telenovela Pinville that is happening in the building this afternoon. Good afternoon to you. How are you doing? Hope you're having a great day. We're just waiting on the Madlanga Commission to wrap up their last and final question for the first half of the show. Or rather, for the first half of this sitting, and then they'll go on a recess, and then we'll come back on the other side and rejoin them again. So just a quick little time check for you. It is 1:10 on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, trying to figure out if we should dip back for that final question or we should proceed with our programming as per usual. But we think we'll dip back for that final question and then come back and commence with our hour of programming.
You are listening to the Madlanga Commission.
That was paid into Osizweni's account, which they desperately need. It's truly inconsistent. It cannot be true, what you're telling us.
Commissioners must just take note that in between the calls, there will also be visits. It's not only that we were restricted to the calls and the WhatsApp messages. There will be visits whereby he will come and talk to me. And after the money, I did not go directly after it was transferred to Mudiehi to request the money or to discuss how he will give me the money. Hence, maybe after that, there are no calls. I'm not saying anything to him. But in between this chat, we will see each other maybe twice in a week, 3 times in a week.
Are you now saying to us that you told him during a visit that we know you didn't tell him on the phone because there was no telephone calls between you. We know, no. Let me finish my question. We know you didn't do a call. You didn't tell him on the phone on the 12th, and the next time you talk to him is on the 16th. We know you didn't WhatsApp him in that period. Are you now telling us that you told him during a visit, and it has to be because it's not on your recorded calls and WhatsApp messages?